Good morning. Good morning, everybody. We have a Brie up at very early o'clock or very late o'clock. And there is also an Autofan and a Rick. Everybody's here and everyone's broken the commands already. That's good. That's a great start. But welcome to uh, the Shiny Professor Oaks Challenge in Sword and Shield. So the concept is going to be encounters only. I have gone and done a tiny bit of gameplay. I have 3 Pokemon that are going to be used as my main Pokemon. They do absolutely nothing at this stage of the game, I'm going to be honest. Absolutely nothing. But each game I've got has a different boosted effect. So this one has the Flash Fire. So this will get me more fire types when we get to that area. One of my saves has a Static Mon. Another one has Harvest, and another one has Storm Drain. I think that's the main 4 I need. Research will teach me more. But yeah, I thought why not do something extremely difficult? I want to start on Route 1 because that seems like the most sensible thing. I also do not have the bike. Okay, well, at least you're rested. At least you're rested. What you actually doing? A shiny Professor Oaks challenge. Pretty much. Which basically means we need to get everything shiny before the first gym. So yeah, there's about, from my rough estimations, there's about 280 to get. So let's do this the hard way and see how it goes. I've just got to get my tracker because yeah, I haven't got an auto counter. So yeah, that should start the time as well. So yes, and that is Crit with 40 and Brie with 115, which means Crit can pick a new shiny for the scroll that's not a legendary. There is also a Staravia in the chat if you would like a Staravia. I'm not doing the raid dens because it just means you've got to breed them. And I didn't want to do the breeding on top. Because at the end of the day, that is the least fun part of this game. Like, the only breeding we're going to do is the starters. And I'm not doing that till I can officially reach a station and the daycare centre. But this might change over time. We've got so much to go through. Like, remember, this is like 1 in 4,000. So you have some DA shinies. I have no shinies in DAs, no. How about Wooloo? We can add another Wooloo to the list because we will need 2. That's not a problem. Wooloo. This save also is going to be used. Well, the 4 saves will be used for the DA ones. You didn't mean shinies. You love the black colour. Oh, for Wooloo, yeah. Wooloo is an amazing shiny, yes. So you have... I've done 3 DAs on each save, basically, just to try and get the ability Pokemon. That was the goal. I don't know if it was a good or a bad idea, but the thing is I can't knock anything out because that potentially could increase odds and stuff like that. Because like the knockout method is meant to increase odds or something like that, from what I understand. Or I don't really know how it works. It's one of these things that people talk about, but I never see work for me. So yeah. If I knew a quicker way of doing like all these encounter counting, I would as well. But this will be done at least 3 times a week, maybe 4, or be on the calendar. The chances are they will be the like assigned days off. I will say. Like, I'm planning on doing this. I believe I penciled in Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. They were the preferred days. Wednesday will still be radar. That Friday will be a mixture of Legends Arceus ZA or Scarlet and Violet, depending on probably Booster Thursday more than anything else. What is the main target? And Sunday will still be Dynamax Adventures. That is the goal. So we'll see how fun this goes, right? We did say this is basically a just challenge stream, right? So I do have lots of paperwork for this, but I don't think I need the paperwork right now. We're at 0. So where the challenge will come is when I start getting the duplicates. So what you might notice is I'm going for the random encounters. And that is mainly because I believe that Caterpie is only catchable here. So Caterpie is actually the main target. I know Metapod and Butterfree I can get elsewhere, but I don't think Caterpie is anywhere else. Blipbug is not overly essential. It's pretty much everywhere in the Isle of Armor. Grubbin is weather related, so can be in some of the wild areas. Hoot Hoot is also on Route 2, and anything in the overworld I don't need to worry too much about, because we can target them a bit later. Because Squovit is one of the random spawns, so I don't need to target the Squovits in the overworld. Hoot Hoot is rare, but I believe it can spawn in other places. Hello Huxley, how are we doing? In terms of the big word how are you handling? Is that terms of spawns relying? Pretty much. I should always check the weather each time I start the game. And Huxley is up to 91 badge, is very nice. So between Huxley and Bree, there is something you can play with in the chat today, in the channel points. I'm trying something as well. So I'm going to play the first one. So I have done something with Coconut Mall. To see whether it does something. We'll find out if it worked in about 10 minutes. I'm trying to see whether I can do something where it increases them per stream. It is, yes, Professor Oak's challenge day. How was the underground? Did you finally get a shiny? Or understand what you were doing? And good morning, Michael. How are you today? We have no shinies. Did enjoy it. No, I think I heard someone. I think I had someone mentioned it was a whole day of it, and one person got a shiny when they did it last time. So farming basically. So if you look at the underground map, for example, there are like 6 areas to go in. I believe it's 6. If you go to the top corners, there will be a hiker in each of those top corner one, or the outskirts one. So not the 2 you went in yesterday. You can get expansions for shards. But welcome back, Rick. And the last day before the meetings, I am able to move pretty into the wild area spawns. I can go anywhere I want up to Turffield. Yes. So I haven't actually progressed the story past Route 3. I've still got to do those 2 battles, but with the current team, it won't take long. So if we were to look at the map, I can go all the way up to here. In the wild area, I can go to the Rolling Fields, the Dappled Grove, West Lake Axwell, Watchtower Ruins, but only the random encounters, not the overworlds. I can go to East Lake Axwell, North Molotic and South Molotic. Once we get through here, there might be some fishing I still need to do. Then I've got to do Route 3, Galar Mine, and Route 4. I can't go past here. But I can also, where it gets more challenging, do Fields of Honor, Soothing Wetlands, Forest of Focus, Training Lowlands, the Warm-Up Tunnel, the Pot Bottom Desert, and a couple of these areas. I have sort of got a bit of a guide on what I'm trying to use, but I am focusing on Route 1 at the moment. Like, Caterpie is the main target. Once we get Caterpie, we can move somewhere else if we want. And welcome in, Mr. Astro. How are we doing? You know, I feel Caterpie on Let's Go is much easier. It is, but that would be not in the Professor Oak's challenge of this one. So you can freely move around the areas now. Yes. The thing that makes this really annoying is I can't get the bike until I finish Turffield. Until I have the first gym badge, that's when I get the bike. So I'm kind of sort of stuck here. Running everywhere. Which isn't too bad once you get to the spot. I will point out that we are like 1 in like 4,000 on everything. So if we get the shiny, it'll be a bit of a miracle. I doubt we're getting much of a playthrough. Because your ice hockey team sport in Manchester were able to deal homegrown. Okay, nice. Respect doing the shiny version. I've enjoyed doing the random encounters on this game with the shiny charm, and I just thought, let's add something to it. If you get what I mean. I've already got my own sort of twist to it, so there are some individual touches. Again, no raid dens, no DAs. It's the key thing that's different to what I'm doing, to what most people do, or the official version of it. The official version is you go and do every single DA, get everything in DAs, etc. I'm not doing that. They've gone from the dinky little ice ring in Altrincham that seated 1,000 to an arena with 7,000 on the lower deck, and they now have a full-size ring. GG. It's going to take so long, let's put it that way. You saw how long it took me to get Eldegoss with a shiny charm. Or Gossifleur with a shiny charm. Dens are RNG. If you have to shiny hunt those, you probably... Well, the thing with the dens is you would do the dens, catch the Pokemon, and then breed them. That's how they would treat it, if you're doing a traditional one. Which is why I'm trying to do as little of the breeding as possible. That is my key thing I want to not get involved in. Like, we can still use the Scroll of Destiny, because, like, for example, we've got Wooloos on there, so Wooloo can be a target. And where we're jumping around a lot of these are obtainable now. Yeah, how many meetings has Huxley got for this morning? just to see how many shinies we're allowed to catch. I will also get to see how this phasing thing works, which will be interesting. A lot of UK ice hockey is Planet Ice. One in Ultra was not great. They had issue with the roof, and I dipped into the ice. Uh-oh. No worries, no worries. I'm sure, as we say, this challenge will go on for so long. Like, I find it a lot easier to stream when I'm doing a crazy challenge on top. Let's put it that way. But hopefully you'll have a good trip. I'm assuming you're out and about, but have a good day out. Coconut. Uh-oh. So if we try it again, what does it go up to next time? Yeah, 1 at 12 and at 1 at 1. Okay, so we'll wait for a few hours for a shiny then. One of the games I went to, the ice was melting so fast, the airflow was so bad, they had to stop the match and play at skates in circles to clear the fog on the ice. Oh dear, that sounds like most sporting things, right? I am running time and encounters as well. I have a concert tonight at the other side of town, and I'm going to go an early check-in. Nice. Hopefully it goes fantastic. This is the last season as well, so it's a bit of a mess. Okay. I remember playing the NHL games back in the day, but I don't really understand much about ice hockey. And hello RJ, welcome in. How are we doing today? Oh, there is a fletchling in the chat. If you would like it. We seem to be getting all the bird types. Is that a hint? Is that a hint? The other thing you might have noticed is I have taken off the songs because I realised that they go on they go on the VOD, and I don't want the VODs to have that on because it'll show songs that aren't actually playing. Like I miss sports games that functioned on just playing and not having to do combos with the sticks, fighting games, etc. Indeed, indeed. And then they're all like commercial. Well, the ones that do the WWE games and basketball ones, they are the worst. Like I've seen, like we've talked a bit about the battle pass thing that they put in 2K. They did actually revert the decision. If you did buy the upgraded pass, you didn't ever have to actually grind. So that was something. But they've done it in the basketball game as well. Elite doesn't like that. We have some coconut malls. And then hopefully that should now say 1,500. I hope. But how is Elite today? Recent Scraggy 10 hours ago. Uh-oh. You missed it. Increases 500. Okay, so that's one I've tried. There is another one I've tried. Do I play the other one I tried? I think I'm mostly mad that the great sports games, simulated games, look like a Madden. We can't even get the proper license for the rugby teams. Worst is the part where there isn't even a good play. I do get that. I know like FIFA lost the FIFA EA, whatever they're called now, lost the license. So I'm going to do this one as a freebie one. So let's see if this changes. But I'm working on changing some of them to try and limit the plays. There we go. So next time it will be 10,000 channel points. I may set that up to double each time it is redeemed. That's the plan. Elites on 144. So Rugby 24 is the best ever game. Gameplay was complex enough to keep things feeling like the old Rugby game. Not overcomplicated like the ones. That was EA mode. Fair enough. Like, again, they're trying to do a little bit of overcomplication with a lot of these games because, like, again, I guess the best example is probably using the wrestling games because they are designed as pure out fighting games, but that's not how wrestling is done. uh, so I've only done it on the Coconut Mall, and the Coconut Mall when I tried just going up 500. The other one, I tried going up ×2. So I wanted to try them both, but I also need to see what happens tomorrow. I've taken the songs off Elite because they are on the VOD and I don't want them on the VOD. Then we got the rugby game, the current year, and lots of the aren't licensed. The gameplay is so complicated. Or is it made by EA? What song is this? It's called Chippy Bits. No, it's by Chippy Bits. It's the Team Rocket HQ in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Can't deny they really make good sports games. They don't make good sports games. They make good licensed games. I think it's the best way to put it. They haven't made a good FIFA in about 15 years. They probably haven't made a good American Madden game in about the same. Instead of working on actually making the quality of life, they keep trying to do these nonsense storylines to them. It's one of the jokes that EA don't tend to finish the games before they came out. But yeah, that's my two little experiments on the channel points. So I will probably put it on all of the Joe Hendry redeems, but I want to see whether it will automatically reset it between streams. That's the one thing I can't quite figure out. I use Coconut Mall as an example of the 500, but all of the Joe Hendry ones will have multipliers. A monkey or Okidori? Probably a monkey. The monkey is more fun, I think. Which one do you like? It's more that Okidori is very frustrating to deal with. The other two, out of the three of them, two of them are really easy to completely stall. Uh-oh. You got a funny sussy emote from a gifted? Uh-oh. Which one have you got this time? Which one did you get? Oh dear. Oh dear. Even Elite Watch you banned for that one. Oh dear. And what was it that you couldn't get put through? When you were trying to put your remotes up first time? I thought EA were always pretty good at sports games in the sense the gameplay looked like sport. It's meant to be, especially with the contact sports. Um, I think they always had the visual advantage. Welcome in, Trev. How are you doing today? Number 8 on the badges. There we go. Morning, Shirio. How are we doing today? Everybody's come to see the Professor Oaks challenge. What are you doing? I'm doing a Professor Oaks challenge, basically. A shiny Professor Oaks challenge. So we have to get all of the shinies before we do the first gem, which is over 200 plus Pokemon. I nearly did it again. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How much chance? One in, what is this, 4,000 numbers? I don't know the, I always forget the exact number, but 1 in 4,000, you know the blanks, if you know the blanks. That's the main one. So, yeah, very, very hard. Even like a normal Professor Oaks challenge is extremely tedious in this game. I have a few exceptions, which we'll probably go over the rules so often. Which is basically I'm not doing the raid dens on DAs to get stuff shiny, and we're not going to do breeding yet. The only things we're going to be breeding for is going to be the starters, which is each game has a different starter on it. But I can only breed once I can officially catch a Ditto, so I should really research where I can get a Ditto in the wild, or if I can even get a Ditto in the wild. Like, I know I could get one in a DA, but that means I've got to do DAs. Yesterday I know how to find Shinx on radar with 15 chain, and after 4 retries with 16 find another. GG. GG. They are very good odds at 15 and 16 chains, I will say. Like, I know how frustrating that game can be. Like, you saw us yesterday. What was it, like 2 hours? 3 hours until we got the shiny on a 17 chain. But if we go back to the BDSP stuff, I would suggest going to get the expansion to your zone, because you can still only put 18 statues in, but some of the statues are 4x4s, and you saw yourself, you're probably running out of room. I did just do one upgrade, and it's massive for size, so if you're comfortable doing just one, do one. If you feel comfortable doing two, I never made it back to check how big the second one was. But I don't really think it matters where you put your base. That's the thing I was trying to get through to you yesterday, Huxley. It really doesn't matter where your base is. It's more about, is it paying shards? It is small shards for the first one, large shards for the second one, which was why I took ages getting the second one. I didn't have enough green shards, but you can trade waterstones, the plates, and the other stuff that you get for the shards. The same guy will trade them all with you. So it's not quite as much as you think. Like the thing, like you probably learning yourself, like the more you get, the more you do. 5k or 10k to adopt a shiny. Did I put a shiny vault in this game? I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did. Yes, I did put a shiny vault in this save. Because this is the one we're probably going to use the most. So. Okay, I'll do it next time. Is it the NPC, the others? Yeah, so if you were to look at the map, it is a bit easier to see than you think, but I can't. There was a video I was watching that sort of like I put how to expand bases in BDSP, and there's a video and the guy puts a map up where the 4 hikers will be. The hikers are always locked to the same positions apparently. But one of them, the first option is trade goods, expand base. If you don't see those two, you know it's not the right one. So that's not too bad. But I think you can get that guy from your home base. If that makes, no, from your home. So if you dig down from house where you start the game, that one's the easiest one to get, I found. If I'm being honest. But I can also get that some of them are a bit more. Like there are the corners. Just the big map in the middle is the one most people use because, well, it's got the most rooms in it. Most places Digletts can be hiding. That's why most people go there. The bit you went in at the beginning is the smallest zone, which was kind of funny. But we are going to continue our trend of not shiny hunting during the Adlands. It's the smallest zone, but it's got some of the best Pokemon in it. Like if you're going to be going for anything in particular, but I don't think you join the lobbies with other people. You didn't join. I'm pretty sure you didn't join the lobby. Like you all have to be in the same underground bit for it all to work. So it's a case of if we were going for something in that area, we could do that. I actually needed to put a little time aside just to run around everywhere to unlock the zones in general. You don't desperately need to, as long as you found like the water zone. Like you just need to be near it. Like you can. The map is the same. Yesterday a man gifted me a Jirachi shiny, but not legit because catching emeralds, so it's not legit. So I gifted it to a friend through collection. You don't have them. On the Switch now, I don't know. We don't like them either. There are a lot of, most of the time when you get given a legend mythical shiny, it's generally cloned or faked. So nobody likes them. They are the naughty ones. And there is a Matang in the chat, and that is number 11 on the badges. Good morning and welcome in. Day 1 of the Professor Oaks. Yeah. It's one of those weird situations where if you like, the reality is you don't really want to ever be asking for a shiny legendary anyway. If someone offers it to you, it's generally going to be fake. Like somebody sent me one to keep, and the trainer ID wasn't even real. You got a dragon Cryogonal. Do you have any sort of plan from the start? No. I think the first plan is to get Caterpie. At least a Caterpie, because I'm pretty sure this is the only place I can get Caterpie in the whole game. Everything else on the scroll can appear in other locations, from what I know. I'm trying not to do the overworlds as well. It's like Blipbug is in every bit of grass, I think, in the Isle of Armor, so I don't really need to worry about going out my way for Blipbug early. I don't need to get more than one Caterpie because Metapod and Butterfree are very comfortable ones to get in the wild zone. I know there's a really good spot, we were doing it for a Pidove, where you get Pidove and Butterfree as a soft reset. Well, not even a soft reset, it just turns up. You encounter it, sort of one. So that was really easy. Nickit would be nice to probably get some here, but I think what I would like to do is just bounce around a bit. Like, a part of me is already tempted to go and do the electric area. So we were looking at the weathers. I've got to make sure I do put a bit of emphasis on the weathers. So this is a rarer weather. This might have been worth going for. I don't really ever want to hunt too much in the snow. And over here, we don't really have anything too different, so there's not much to worry about there. So yes, for sure. Clone got box like 6. Yes. One question. If I get like Gengar in Pokemon Sword, I put it into Diamond after, you will not get the reward that way, no. You have to, you could get, this is why I was saying about if you had Arceus, for example, is the best one to do is, if you had got Arceus, you can get the trade cable and basically evolve it in-game to haunt it in that game and then put it in home and it would count. But officially it has to have come from that area. You could even evolve it in other games. Like I've done that. Like you could go and catch Eevee in BDSP. I don't think you might need Eevee for the decks, but for example, you could get Eevee, take it into Scarlet and Violet and evolve them that way. And it will count when you put it back in home. So they are a couple of little things. You can finish Diamond. Okay. I don't know if there are any wild fully evolved Pokemon in the underground post-game or not. I doubt it, but there's a chance. I know that for a fact you can catch Steelix in the wild, though. It's 100% in the Ironworks area. That one is sure that you can get. Who have the idea of Pokemon evolved for traits? Yeah, it wasn't too bad in the early days. Getting an Illuminate Pokemon early game. What is the best one for that ability that I can get at this stage of the game? Just out of interest. Actually, there is Starmie on this game, isn't there? I could go and get a Staryu, right? Has that still got the ability in this game? I think it does. Next turn character will be surely, probably. I don't know what I've done to actually scare the other one away and stay away. Staryu both early in the wild area. I didn't know where Chinchou was. I knew that Staryu is... I could probably go and catch a Staryu like now, couldn't I? Oh, okay. We could go and get the Staryu. We'll pause a minute. We'll pause a second. No, pause. And that is Dedenne the Menace with their first gym badge. Welcome in. Welcome to our Switch 2 Shiny Living Dex challenge. Today it is the Professor Oaks challenge on top of that, because somebody wants even more struggles, I guess is the term. Let's have a look. Is there a Staryu over? I don't need to worry about, well, if it's over level 20 I can't catch it. We might as well get one while we're here. Let's see. Ooh, we've hit a follower goal. Let's just throw it in a Pokeball. Let's see if it's got the right ability. You can follow along with a Huxy Rocks, the Psyduck Trainer maestro and underground master. Also Pokopia builder, DVD shop, video shop owner. And of course, you could have some vintage rock or 2000s rock playing in the background as well. Did that have the right ability? No. That was a good start. That was a good start. I can't just release it. Well, and that's 700 biddies from Bree to celebrate 700 followers. Thank you for the bits, Bree. I did think it was the question. Were we going to hit that before the end of April? And we have. So thank you to everyone for following along on our adventures. 300 to go to the 1000. Yes. We're all hitting anniversary numbers. We are. Don't know how, but we are. If this doesn't have the thing, I might just abandon this plan. I guess it's going to be okay. Because I don't really want to spend it all day. Probably no. Probably no. Okay, well, that's good. At least I got some money. I got some money off this one. Animal Crossing just had an update. Okay, nice, nice. So this Staryu plan is not going to well. The Sableye event, indeed, indeed. With those two and that Tamagotchi Life, it's amazing that there's like 3 cutesy sim games out on the Switch at the moment. Okay, this one's being stubborn. Who said you could be stubborn? Can't really do anything to these things. I should go and get false swipe as well, shouldn't I? And a false swiper. Sorry, what did you need? Illuminate. It basically improves spawns. I know it's something to use in the other games as well. And we never actually got it. There we go. So this one can sit at the top of the party. Where is there a big electric type who can beat me up? I expect you're going to be quite high level. You very high level? Yes. You can also follow along with a Bree Spills Tea, who may or may not be stuck in a lab at the moment looking for Bulbasaur, but is also looking for shinies in other games, working on her dexes across the maps of the Pokemon world. Elsewhere, you can see some Metroid, some Mario, some Phasmo Peak, community environment. Just don't ask if there's been any spilt tea. And you will have fun. You will have fun. I just needed that Staryu to be knocked out, basically. Because I didn't want to use it. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So let's try this. Let's try this. Third time was a charm. Back no? Back here. So the reality is I cannot go and do anything in the Crown Tundra. Everything there is very high level. So we'll continue this hunt. Hopefully that... Okay, it doesn't start until I put another encounter in. That's good to know. But yeah, that's the key thing with this. I cannot catch anything over level 20. Which is kind of why it can be very annoying. There are some areas where the encounters are like 19 to 24, and I've got to decide whether we're going for them or not at the end of the day. It's not as simple as, no, we're not, but no, we don't want that. We don't want the Rookity. That flies in weird directions. I don't know what we did to chase the other one off, but it seemed to just fly away and get out of the way. I think the Squovit got scared but didn't do the despawn and went into that bit of grass. Yeah, we'll just do that, Rookity. Why not? It felt like just yesterday when we hit 600 as well, right? The key thing is not to do too many knockouts, because I believe if you knock Pokemon out, you can increase spawns or something like that. Or increase Brilliant Aura. And we don't want that. Amy has hit a 100 stream streak. Welcome in, Amy. How did it all go yesterday? And are you feeling better today? Blip. Bug. Get the bugs. Get the bugs. I have also put together the next challenge for today's chat. We can see how well it goes. It will be another Dex order. Because it was challenging last time. The question is, do we reckon we'll get anything today? That is the question. I think if we're generous, we might hit 1,000 encounters. But I think it's a very, if we're generous. You can also follow along with Rick, who was doing a Sableye only run in Oras with level restrictions and everything. He may have been in the final battles, so if you do want to see how well he did, I'm sure you'll have to we'll have to go and watch the replay to see how well he did. But otherwise, you can do a few other adventures in the Pokemon world where there'll be probably some shiny hunting and some ranger and just some general Pokemon conversation too. Huxley's not answering Instagram friends. Uh, uh-oh. I didn't even know that was a thing. I don't like some of that Instagram restrictions, but there is a Curlier in the chat. You would like a Curlier. That sounds like me on the Tickety Talk app. I keep getting the same spammy message saying that I will like this person's video that I've never watched. Don't know who they are. Every day I get the same message. Watch their new video. So I don't know who they are. I understand doing it once, but every day. But thank you for the shiny luck. It would be absolutely amazing to get one on day one of this challenge. I will say that. I don't expect it. You know what? Should I add those Staryus in and the Kingler? Why not? The Huxley Rocks. I'm going to add those Staryus that we ran into. We got some catches there. Just wait until noon your time and you'll get one. Exactly. We will. And then another one at 1 o'clock. Right? No, I can't do the prediction because there's too many things. You can also follow along with Mr. Astro, the host of the GBA Diaries, which includes him doing a Nuzlocke in Fire Red, Leaf Green, with some very fun recap videos. There is also some Mudkip reselling, some Reggie hunting. Away from the Reggies, there is also some Professor Oak's non-shiny challenge going on as well. As long as Steve turns up for work and PCG doesn't get banned, there's no chaos there. That's what we've learnt. But so yeah, well, let's just go back to BDSP. Like what was happening with the underground stuff yesterday. So the basic of basic concepts of it is that you work together to get all of the Digletts done. And once you get all the Digletts done to 40, you run into a zone. You get 3 minutes. Encounter everything, and instead of it being 1 in 4,000, it's 1 in 2,000 chance of being shiny. And you want to try to clear the room at least once, go in and out again, and then if the timer runs out when you're in there, everything that you can get, everything in there has had that 2,000 roll. But it is still 1 in 2,000, so you're still on crazy odds. So don't think that it's going to be really, really easy to get them. The statues only increase the types that can or should spawn. But it is also a bit misleading. So, for example, Huxley had a Tentacruel and a Psyduck, so that meant water gets the priority boost, but poison will also get a tiny boost as well, but it only shows the most prominent boost. If that makes sense. So it's not as smooth as you want it to be, but the base you can set up and then you can sort of traverse to the area you want to target, which is usually the best way to do it. Like you were going for waters. I filled up mine with waters because I had lots. And I was next to a water base. Like, didn't really know what to go for, to be honest. Really didn't. Just go and stay at that grass, Quovet. Then we'll be good. I have 3 at the moment. You need more. Well, the only thing that really boosts is the amount of waters that turn up. But if you go in certain zones, you're going to get mostly water anyway, so it's not that essential. RJ, you like the shiny hunt? How many have you had so far, RJ? Yeah, I believe there's a plan for it to go ahead again today. To try it again today. But I don't know for sure. And I may have accidentally put it into his head to do it as a potential booster Thursday booster round as such. So, oops. If you didn't like it. But yeah, that's kind of how it is. Like the thing with water types is you want the basic water types like a Psyduck or a Golduck. You don't really want the Swampert as such. Well, that's why it's a bit like the eggs. The bonus points are for getting it. Exactly. Golduck could be the hero of your story. But if you start mixing the types, like if you put into Cerebi the boosts, it sort of shows you which Pokemon get what boosts as well, and then you need to hit, I think it said 700 points for the boosts to get you 3 times more likely to encounter that typing. I think it's 300 to hit 2 times. But like Bulbasaur is worth a lot less than a Venusaur with how the multipliers work. You do need most of the things I want from BDSP are exclusive to it. Which sort of things are you mostly looking for? Out of interest. And if you have got yourself the national decks, you can then roll all of the starters. But maybe. Didn't we say that Bree was going to do a Golduck only run on a game? At some point. At the very aim for the rock statues is you want to go for Shuckle, Corsola, and Lunatone. See, those three are like the perfect examples of the ones that get the double boost, if you get what I mean. She's Nuzlocke Fire, Red Leaf Breed. Shiny Nuzlocking. Get it right, Huxley. Shiny Nuzlocke. Definitely, you heard you say you're really excited to do it. But the thing is, if it gets Nuzlocke, then Golduck will become the MVP. Yeah. Right? Now that you made Bray buy the one with Psyduck in. But delete on Death, surely? Probably. I don't think Bray will touch the game after getting the Bulbasaur ever again. No, I'm not doing that again. Which is kind of probably me after a few. I don't know how I've managed to glitch this. Have I broken it? That Guova wants to stay in that grass. I like it. No Nuzlocke. Okay. Yeah, no Nuzlocks, only hardcore Nuzlocks. Right. Do that. You are here. Dun, 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 dun. Feels like the mod fight. This sounds like the only way to settle this is a 6-on-6 battle. Psyduck versus Buizel. Who is the ultimate winner there? Nice, nice. GG. I guess it's one of those you just got to find a map that doesn't have the stupid boulders that sort of get you stuck all the time. The amount of times it's just like bump, 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 hit the walls constantly. They're the ones that you kind of hate after a while. I was trying to use the big spot, big pondy one, so I could do a full lap around the outside and then work my way in. Oh, there is a Shields with 56 badges. Welcome in, Shields. How are you doing today? The Staryu thing has... it's painful. It is. It is. But it's fun to do it in a group. But how are you doing today, Arsena? And 12 badges as well. Because if you're doing it with, what is it, 8 people in a lobby, it's kind of a lot of fun, I have found. You can also follow along with Shields, who has been doing some Scarlet and Violet shiny hunting. Did have a go at some Underground. Does do ZA, Arceus, some DAs, and of course the Let's Go Shiny Hunting Challenge that is on shiny decks. So if you do need to get some shinies, feel free to check out the link below and see what is going on and what is still needed. Yeah, it is 8. We were doing at least 8 yesterday. And Shirio is at 177. Morning Huntress, thank you for the lurk. Enjoy the workout. Maybe we'll get a shiny today. Maybe we will. Oh, we've hit the Adlands, so we will wait. We will wait. For this challenge, we will not do shiny hunting in ads. Let's just do some bag management. Put in the bag. I don't really know why I picked Flygon. It was such a bad DA, I think. And I picked the Ivysaur because, again, it was for breeding purposes. We got the Bulbasaur. So I wasn't sure if I was going to do Bulbasaur and multiple saves. But it doesn't really matter now. Like, one day we're going to have to go and do the Diglett hunt. Which will be fun, to say the least. That'll take a while. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, that's where it's 8. That's what makes it a lot more fun, because then the Digletts get found pretty easily, and well, it's a bit chaotic. Like, at least you feel like you're working with everyone. When you're doing it randoms online, sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad, but that little bit of communication can make it a lot more enjoyable. So it's sad no one found a shiny. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's probably about right. I think, like Dorcas mentioned, when she did it last time, there was like 1 shiny. So I don't really expect it when I don't think there was even a full lobby. Was there at all yesterday? I think there was like between 5 and 6 at best. And you're getting, what, 10 encounters? So let's be honest, it's not the most efficient shiny hunting method. Like, maybe today is the day we get the shinies. You might if you sit in your base all night. You can also follow along with Arsena, who has been working on the Pokopia world, where he has been trying to get all the recipes. There is still 1 missing. Elsewhere, there is some champions grinding the ranked to become the best, and some shiny hunting too. So feel free to see what he is getting up to. Well, I went into your base and checked out, and I didn't see you there unless I thought that was... yeah, you can go in each other's bases, which is good and bad. And the worst thing is you can actually turn someone's effect off, which I think is a bit harsh. I don't think you should be allowed to do that. But yeah, I don't think you should be allowed to do that. Well, again, they don't really do too much. You need to get back to the Deoxys. Good luck, good luck. I kind of need to do it, but I found that game was giving me a lot of headaches. It's the only game I've played that's given me headaches. Apparently. Like, you have to take into account most of the effects are not that good, because most statues are dual typings. So both typings will gain effects. So I just want to play a lot of Pokemon, so it's a lot. Yeah, that's what I sort of said was a bit of a problem as the neutral Pokemon base at the moment. Between Pokemon Day, we got the Fire Red Leaf Green, so vintage game. You got the building game of Pokopia. You got the battling game of Champions. You got Gale of Darkness. You've had 4 very different games coming out, and the fans just seem to have spread out to do a lot of different hunting. I'm finding a lot of people are a bit tired of Fire Red Leaf Green hunting outside of the statics. There's still some enjoyment in it, but there wasn't as many people going for it anymore. Like, like you would imagine, at 1 in 8,000 people are going to lose a bit of interest after a while. And the wild encounters are very difficult to get into the mindset, especially with certain moves. Like Growlithe has Roar. Like, you don't want to be shiny hunting Growlithe. And then you've got the explosion ones. And then you've got the Safari Zone with the idea that things can just run. And there's literally nothing you can do. So that's a couple of little things. But elsewhere you have other little things like building, and everyone enjoys them. But you can follow the Shiny Huntress, who is on the partner push. She is on 5 out of 6. So hopefully today we can make that 6 out of 6 on the Dream Quest team. She has escaped the lab with her shiny Charmeleon now, and is looking for a Nidoking. So if you want to see some Nidoking or Nidoran hunting, check it out, support, and get your gachas, because I want that stupid Entei by the end of the week. It will happen. It will. Yesterday I got Suicune and Ho-Ho out of them, which I've already got. But I cannot get the Entei. So hopefully we can end that streak as well. So yeah. I just realised you're doing the shiny Professor Ocean. Are you doing it as the living Dex or just the living Dex? Yes, actual living Dex as well. Why not? I've just realised that's technically how it should have been worded, but I feel like the chances are I'm going to phase so often anyway. Are you going to make the full shiny living Dex at 1 point? I will hopefully. Yes, hopefully. Yes, I would need the 3. In fairness, the main target here is just a single Caterpie. Because, well, I think this is the only place on the whole map you can get Caterpie. I'm probably wrong with that, but it's a guess. Like, I'm not just doing Route 1 until I get everything, because nearly everything here shows up on other routes, so there's not much point committing to this area, or over committing to this area at the end of the day, because if we get 3 Blipbugs, Blipbug is every spawn on the Isle of Armor, so I'm kind of stuck. Is backing go? I did try some yesterday. I didn't get any, sadly, but I know other people did. The only way to get the shiny Meltang and evolve it. Did you enter it into the Dex 2026 brew? Is the question. I imagine somebody would have. Perfect, thank you. I forgot to look because I was trying to set up the trackers this morning. I wasn't sure how it worked. If that makes sense. So if I was to get the shiny Rookidee, I'm just going to put it down. I don't know how it works. I want to just put that technically we completed it, but I don't want to set up a new hunt all over again. So I think I can just put it as a phase. I'm not sure. I wish there was a way to understand it a bit more on my end. For us simpletons who don't really understand computers. We'll get there eventually. I need to speak to Oreo more. Screenshots are a little bit different in Go, so just let me know. The thing is, you've got it. I know there is a little bit that you can sort of, like, I've done it myself in Go. I know it's one of the most frustrating things. It can kind of show your location, so you can just crop the picture if you needed to. Welcome in, Pixel. 47. How are we doing today? Because I'm trying to figure out how... So I'll use it as my own example. If I took a picture of something in Go, I've seen some people take a picture and it just say, caught in the UK. Or England, United Kingdom. But for some reason mine says the town, and I really don't like it, and I don't know how to change it. So if it was just saying that, then it's fine. Like, I don't think people will care that much, but I know it can do too much. Like, I crop out the town if I ever submit anything for it. But the fun thing about the Dex 2026 challenge is there's very few legendaries left to get. I'm actually really surprised. A lot of them are going to be... The one that's the most annoying on there is the fossils. They will always be the tormenting souls of any of my challenges. Okay, was sleeping, but Discord notifications wake up. No, it wasn't me. I promise. Yeah, there we go. There is the link. But you can also follow the Pixel Princess, who has been rather addicted to Pokopia recently, but is putting that addiction aside a couple of days of the week to join the lab simulator looking for a shiny turtle. We'll also do some ZA shiny hunting and some artwork, and you may even get a cameo from Ruby if you ask nicely. Yeah, because you can filter that by what's missing, because we're at about 720 out of 1093. I am trying to go through the list, and for some reason... So one of the problems is, because we wanted a running total, we had to add everything. So when I was adding everything, for some reason it put down Zacian and Zamazenta sword and shield forms, and so there was 2 on there. I don't need 2. Did you also count forms? In that... So it's very difficult, to be honest. So if you go into that shiny dex, there is another link at the very bottom. That goes to a website called PokePC. Oh, the Alolan ones, they will show up on there. That's not a problem. It's like the gender differences, the Gigantamax, the Megas, and stuff like that that don't show up on there. But on the details, there's another link that takes you to PokePC, which has got the form deck, so the gender differences and a few others. I have gone through that list and ticked off, what is it, most of the old creamies, because the reality is the challenge is to find one with each ribbon only. That's all we really need, but thank you for the hydrate. I ticked off all the Arceuses because for some reason it puts all of the plate Arceuses in and Sylvalians and stuff like that. I've ticked them off so it looks like the total's much better on there. But I've started ticking off if somebody has put in a 2nd or 3rd Houndoom. I've just ticked it off as Mega. The idea was you could try to take a picture of it in Mega form, but that'll do. No worries, no worries. How do you have an Ivysaur? I've done 3 DAs and took 3 Pokemon from DAs in each of the 4 saves for this challenge. Pretty much. That is the only reason. They were all done offline, so anything shiny would have just gone into the vaults. And I probably would have left the legendary behind. I wanted the abilities, basically. Because I needed Flash Fire, Static, and Harvest at the moment, and Storm Drain, but I haven't got the actual Storm Drain yet. This is a shiny Professor Oak's Living Dex challenge, which means we cannot fight the gym leader until we've got all of the shinies, including the 1% Fishing Pyukumuku. The 1%. How are we going to get that one? Oh dear, that was the one I didn't realise was going to be a problem. Isn't it 4,000? Yes, it is 4,000. No, 400. No. I'm not including Raid Dens and Dynamax Adventures as my shiny targets or breeding. Because the only reason you would do the Raid Dens is to catch something to then breed it. We're not doing breeding, we want to do it the hard way. Hello, Mr. Belgium. How are you doing? I am doing good, thank you. We're on day 1 of our new challenge because we like suffering, I guess is the term. Breeding, hard up. No, breeding is easier, it's just boring. It's much easier. And the reason why I don't want to do the breeding is, so the best sort of example is I believe I can get a Swirlix and a Spritzee before the first gym from Raid Dens, but then they're also in the second one, the route after Turffield. So that's the idea. I want to be able to get the stuff in the wild. Random encounters are much more enjoyable for me personally, so that is why I'm going for it. But you can also follow along with the boy from Belgium, who has a very large number on the Shaman hunts, but did get it, working on some Darkrai, some Type Null, could do some DAs, but working on a Shiny Living Dex, has got a lot ticked off. I'm still waiting and hoping that I will see the Poipole and its evolution entered into Dex 2026 that I know you got this year. Hopefully, we'll see it. But, and that will probably tick off some more of the harder ones. Is that a Pedro? Is that a Pedro, Mr. Astro? I don't know what a Pedro is and where it came from. What is the origin of Pedro? Just out of interest, because I know everybody uses it, and I don't know the origin of it. Then's Gingdro. And lots of spinning emotes. We have our own spinning emote. We have the Dratini that spins, right? It's a song that got turned into a meme when filter was used on a raccoon. Okay. It's amazing how easy it is to go viral nowadays. There is a promo pass in the chat if you would like a promo pass. I am trying to get all my dragon eggs. No shiny, no. We have only done 232 encounters, so if we had got a shiny, we would be extremely lucky. Like, this would be crazy odds even if we were playing on the full odds, the shiny charm save, to be honest. But I say that, and we got a Squova in like 20 on that one. I've got to figure out how I want the boxes to look as well. Because there's one thing I hate in this game is how bright the boxes are. And they don't have like a dark theme on any of them. Because we know that dark mode should be default on everything. That's the safety way of doing it. You've got a lot of shinies done for the challenge. Yes, the community has come together. I know Shills has done an amazing job and got at least, I want to say at least 200 of them as well. But the thing is, it's open for a bit of everyone, so I believe Manaphy might still be needed. So something that would be quite fun for you to go for, Brie, with your shiny luck in eggs at the moment is the Phione in Scarlet and Violet. Because it's the only place you can get it shiny, I believe, is breeding in Scarlet and Violet. Phione. It's like Manaphy, but smaller. Pretty much. But it's a mythical that you can breed, basically. You got a random gift this for more sassy ones. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I got a gifted sub. Do I know what that is? How do you spell it? One. Something like this. Yes, I must have spelled it right. Because somebody has asked for it to be an on-screen appearance. I got gifted a sub to Oreo yesterday, so I've got loads of more Gengar emotes. I feel like my gifted randoms have slowed down a little bit over the last few weeks or month. I used to be getting silly amounts. Any Spearows? No. I did suggest a Spearow cosplay. I don't know if I put that one on. I think he hit 1,000 followers yesterday as well. That's why. That is why. All of the sassy emotes. All of the ghost faced. The Scooby-Doo serial killer is out there. Good morning, Briggy. How are we doing today? I did go and see the beach resort that you and Kitty are building. We are trying to do a shiny living Professor Oaks challenge. I didn't finish the house, no. I went, last night. Oh, yeah, last night, so I imagine it won't have been... I think it ticks over midnight, your time. That's why some people were doing the clock setting stuff, but I don't quite know how it works on the Cloud Island. Say his name and he won't appear. Exactly. That's why I'm going to start doing the increased value on them. They're going to have multipliers. So I can't have them spammed as much. I'm waiting for Mrs. Astro to ask where something is as well at some point. Well, Sarah is the first to, I believe. She does full-blown cosplay horror costumes on streams. She's done Freddy, Ghost, Jigsaw, and lots of different full-blown makeup cosplays. And not just horror as well, she does do some of the others. So that's why there is a lot of Ghostface emotes there. Yeah. The fact I remember you shouting her out once, so yeah, wondered where I followed. It's somebody I met through, like, there's like this endless chain of when you start meeting people, isn't there? Like, how did you meet this person? The chain goes back and back and back, and it's quite funny to see how far back it goes. For ZA, base living deck is complete, however the DLC is quite empty. Have you tackled much of the DLC? The chances are next Friday, not this Friday, next Friday. No, I'm not going to stream next Friday at the moment. You've done 3 or 4 of the rogue battles. Okay, so you're getting there. There are going to be some that are really horrible. I will say that. Because they're really rare. And there is no, like, breeding or anything in that game, so you can't manipulate it to get that Volcanion, even. And then there's trading that you've got to do. Because tomorrow is starter roulette again. I will get that starter. It will happen. We'll get one of them. We've got another 10 to 12 boxes set up to get a starter. Well, it's the last week of Booster Egg Week. Booster Thursday eggs, so I've got to get one. It's the last run at it, like... I might do something where I have 5 or 6 boxes set up in the future, and then do my old plan of 1 box a stream if we play that game. But I don't know how often we're going to touch Scarlet and Violet. That's the main reason. It is a bit too much. Like I've said before, it's the game that involves the most concentration, and it's very hard on the brain doing it for too long, Scarlet and Violet, because you have to look at so much. And I haven't been enjoying it as much as the other games. At least with ZA and Scar, like, while I don't really like how small the map is, when you're shiny hunting, it's very little area. Or no, there won't be any more Smurgles. We did that one just to finish them all off. To get rid of them and put them in the bin. And for some reason the random crocodile turned up in there. I should have probably be using my what's it called? I should have bought out my manual trackers as well, shouldn't I, for this? But I wanted speed and efficiency today. We needed the speed and efficiency. Because of course, how else are we going to get these shinies? I think this was the main reason I bought those trackers though as well. But now that I've seen that how the auto tracker potentially will work, I don't really need it long term. If I'm not mistaken. Max track a lot 3000 exactly. Exactly. I'm going to be intrigued to see if I can get it to work with my setup. Because I don't have the app on the one I stream on. I have it on the one that sort of watches on the side. So it'll be interesting to see whether it can capture that. I do have an OBS on that system, but I don't know if it will work. If it's not streaming / recording. So that'll be interesting to test. To say the least. You would have laughed at me trying to set the tracker up today because I was trying to change the colour. And I was wondering what happened. Why is it doing the full screen? Thank you for the lurk, Arsena. You said it before, as long as it's watching the stream and can capture the frame. That's what I think. But the thing is, I don't know whether I would want it to do you've encountered a wild Caterpie, for example, or go Ivysaur. They'll be the 2 text things you want, isn't it? Or like wild Blipbug, that picture. But all of that can be set up way, way before, I would like to imagine. But it does look very complicated. You can do testing in that way on any stream. I think I can technically just go through the VOD and get the picture, if I'm not mistaken. Because it's only a picture you need of when that shows up. So when it says wild Squovit, that will tick off 1 on the Squovit. But then it might not do it on this tracker, because this tracker will be connected to all of them in one go, if that makes sense. So I would probably need Go Ivysaur, which is behind the tracker, so I will have to move my tracker. So I will have to I only leave it on the screen so it has proof of all the catching. So like Go Ivysaur doesn't work. Like, in fairness, there are auto trackers out there already that can do the older methods as such. So you can just swap the tracker to the right hand side. I probably don't want it on that side. For this challenge, I could easily just slot it in next to the dueling spirits. Like, I guess. The tracker could replace where the Tailo sits. Exactly, yeah. That was the thinking, like... The thing is, I kind of like it on the gameplay, in a weird way. No, that's the only problem. But I don't want it in the middle, because that takes away the shiny sparkles. Like, we could put it right next to me on the camera. At the end of the day, it doesn't make too much difference. Oh, we've hit some ad lands, so we will take a quick pause. In this encounter, have a drink. Yeah, that's the thing. That was the other way. The thing is, I've moved it around so much, I've never really known where I want to put it. Because technically the total number is going to get bigger and bigger. So, well, I hope. So it would only be a temporary home. Like, we could put it up there now. Shall we put it up there now? Let's put it there. Like so. So it can sit there. What about the capture the fight menu button? That will be on. If I don't catch it, I think it will register it after each round of the battle. So if we actually just show you with this move, if I do, obviously I'm not going to do Symphysis, and then it would re-trigger it here again. So if there was when we would have to battle it, that would trigger it twice. Or if it didn't stay in the ball. So you can't use any of the things on the right. You want something that only turns up once per battle. If that makes sense. So I could show you that because it was just Symphysis. A wild text on the encounter could work. Yeah. That's why I had to move the tracker. Because it is covering it up. But I know that there is a way to, like, he was showing it off. He was got like Clampo, Chinchou, and Relicanth. So it will actually track each individual one that he encountered, which is something that will be very interesting to see how that can be used. So that's why it would be, you've encountered the Caterpie. A wild Caterpie would be one, a wild Blipbug, a wild Hoot, etc. We've got like 9 things on this scroll. So I don't know if I would love to be able to get it to do each type of encounter. There's an ice cube in the chat again. Does that mean Elite is going to get another shiny? Or just flex the one he got yesterday? Individual count and total would be nice. I think there is. He has been setting it up. He was showing it off on Monday. But I don't know if completely how it worked. Like, because he was using those 3 I mentioned, doing some diving encounters. So I think it sort of was counting the main total like we've got, but somewhere in the background it was doing the individuals as well, if that makes sense. And it didn't look like there was many extra trackers, but you would probably have to go back and watch through the VOD of the setup for it. But we know that that's still going through like the beta tests at the moment. Like for me, doing the numbers at the moment is really annoying because I've got to probably own, the only way I can really do it is on my phone. And I don't really like doing it on my phone. Which is why you probably see me do times more than anything else. If that makes sense. It's different when you're doing the eggs because it's just 5. But when you're doing this, I don't like doing one at a time on the phone. Like, it gets a bit annoying. And I don't want to be, like, I got the keyboard over there. I can use the keyboard if I wanted to. But I always forget that you've got to set some hotkeys up. And it's really difficult for me to remember what's what. I always forget to actually set it up properly. If it was on the website, it would be up and down, but on the app, it's like control, or you've got to change it to ups and downs, and I always forget to do it. Or whichever buttons you want to use. So it's a more of a setup thing that you've got to put into your prep every time you go to do it. But an auto one would be much smoother. I think for some reason this outline, my background changed the size as well. Because everything was wrong. It may also be once it's all live, other maybe asking the same type of questions for that setup. Yeah. I'm hoping there'll be a really, really dumbed down tutorial for it. A really dumbed down one. I have the same thing when we talk about Mix It Up and how the setups are. Some people talk to you like you know how everything under the sun works. And it's like, no, I have no idea. I'm dumb. Talk to me like I'm free. That's like the most important thing for any tech. Morning, Varus. I'm doing good. How are you today? So that's how I am with most of the tech stuff. And 102 badges. Very nice. We are back there. Decent waking up. Nice, nice. I think you might like the challenge today. We haven't got a shiny yet because Huxley hasn't had a meeting yet. So we'll get there eventually. Because I know the other option is just to get a Stream Deck, but the reality is I don't really want to buy a Stream Deck just to increase a counter on a shiny hunt. It's a very expensive. What are we looking at? 40, 50 pound just to be able to press up and down on a keyboard. It's a bit much at the moment. I know it can probably do some other things, but that's literally all it would be for me at the moment. Now, I'm happy that I've worked on a few of the mic settings this month. You may be able to get a slightly cheaper one in CEX or eBay, and it's like, but yeah. I doubt CEX will have cheap ones. Although, yeah, PokeCatch too. But again, these are like the very, very basics. To do something where I can, when I'm doing these hunts, I can just press Control Paste and paste every 15 minutes for a catch. Not too much of a problem. I still recommend the Temu one. I am very reluctant to do anything electronic from Temu. In fairness, I am somebody who doesn't even want to buy anything off Temu. Because I know small businesses, and Temu is basically destroying small businesses. That's the thing. It's one of those. It's a bit of a, like, because my friend has a business that works to help other businesses, like, he would not get affected by most of the stuff you buy on Temu, but you see the rippling effects of cheaper, not quite as good quality stuff coming through. They do the basics, but it also shows how much in the UK especially we just mark things up because we can. I think one of the most notable ones for this is the oil prices are going up, so petrol prices are going up, etc. And then BP announced record profits again. So tell me who's the bad guy here. Tell me when I'm telling lies, as our friend would say. That's the sort of thing that I've noticed quite a lot. So, yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, it's not adding up. The same with the British gas CEOs netting $1 million. Yeah, and then people blame the government. It's like, well, what do you want the government to do? they don't really have a say on how much these people charge. If they put caps on, they turn around and say, we'll leave, and then you say, refurbed 6-button one on CEX. I'm pretty sure that's the same price as a brand new one on Amazon. Or it might be 45 on Amazon. So if it's £3 difference, I would rather just buy a brand new one. If that makes sense. Like, CEX is not a good place to buy electrics. They pretty much just charge normal price and call it refurbed. Yeah, and that's what we do go through that conversation a lot. Like, from my own experience, I worked in a warehouse environment, and when I started, a typical day would have probably 30 people in the building. By the time that I stopped, we were down to about 15 on a daily number. So, and the thing is, they just want people to work, and then you get injured, or not injured, but you get those lasting injuries that you can't really just enjoy parts of life, because you get piled on too much work nowadays. Electronics for CX definitely not refurbed. The one thing that I do like with CEX is they're good at selling stuff too. So, for example, I've got a third laptop, which eventually I should have sold at Christmas, but haven't done it yet. If I wanted to take it to Curry's, they would give me about £5. According to what the CEX website says, they would give me about 60, and that's the actual cash in hand, not even in-store currency. So, where would I take it? Like, at the end of the day, which place am I going to take it to? I've completely wiped it, so it's got nothing on it. But it's more that I have to sit there or go and wander around for like an hour to wait for it to be fixed or to be approved. Because I took my PS4, before the Switch 2 came out, I took my PS4, and this was a bog standard PS4, and I had a new controller with a separate controller. I took that there, and they gave me £100 for a PS4 and a controller. Goods from emus. If you ain't good, get rid of it. Yeah, pretty much. I use the X for trading my stuff in, especially if I've had it the store I want. Often go to store credit to get most. Yeah, like for certain things it's good, but when it's sort of they push and push, like Switch is a perfect example. It costs at times maybe £25 more to get a brand new one that you know will work. Hasn't had someone else tamper with, and stuff like that. But because they put the market on the prices of everything, the second-hand market is despicable at the moment because no one wants to go and challenge their pricing, if that makes sense. But then they wouldn't also take my Ruby because it had a dry battery. And it still was worth a lot. If I can get the battery changed, which I know people have offered, and I know there's a story behind it all, it would cost about £12 to change the battery. According to what they offer for a boxed Ruby, it would be over £100 in cash, not credit. So there is that. But Destiny 2 limited edition PS4 factory reset it and get it traded in. That's really weird because you bought many games from CX with dead batteries. Yeah, they just said it's got a dead battery, so we won't buy it when I sent it all in the post. Because I tried getting gold sold as boxed when I put it together with sellotape, but they wouldn't take it as boxed. So I didn't get as much for gold. But at that time, I didn't really want the games anymore. I wanted the money for some stuff. I didn't even need the money. I just wanted to get rid of it. Like, they took Red. There wasn't an issue with Red, and Red had never had a battery change. It had come from day one. Well, it came from the last century. when I bought it, and there was nothing wrong with it apparently. And they gave me the full money and yellow and the trading card game. And then in the end, I should have probably got credit because I went about a year later and bought all the DS games, which I probably would have got a lot cheaper. Pretty much all of that money paid for it, but I could have got store credit for it. And it's possible the person at the counter didn't understand battery thing. It went. I don't know how it works when you send everything in the post, but it went in the post. So you would have thought that side they would have been more experienced to check, if you get what I mean. If it, I understand in the store completely. But it went through the post and they're like, no, we don't want it. And they sent it back to me. So, whatever. I got it back. Because I even put the wrong Mario Party in when I traded that back in. Because there was 2 Mario Parties when the Switch first came out. And it was one of those 2 I sent back, and I put the wrong one, and they just changed it, and it was the cheaper one I'd sent back. So, but I don't know why they wouldn't do it through the post. Like, they could have said, well, we can take it, but it will be cheaper. They're just like, we won't take it, whatever. Whatever happens. There is a Rob with an 80 stream streak. And lurking for some PCGs. Thank you for the lurk. Hopefully we'll get some shinies between some of us today. Right? Somebody will get a shiny. Go Rob. Go Rob. Get those shinies. I don't think we get a shiny today. Until 12 o'clock. Probably. The only reason I started this today was I was going to do random encounters anyway today, so why not do this? Pretty much. What's the difference at the end of the day? You don't have PCG shiny luck. You're on 149 from Sherio. You'll hit the 150 tomorrow for the egg hunting. Sure. You do today. There is a Skidoo. If you would like the Skidoo, I want to see a shiny. You want to see it shine? We will hopefully get a shiny. The Blipburgle Caterpie is the dream. I'm pretty confident in saying Grubbin is relatively common in thunderstorms in the wild area. So I'm not as worried for Grubbin. I'm pretty sure Hoothoot can be an overworld spawn. Squover is everywhere, and I do probably have to headbutt a lot of trees at some point for Cherub and Cherubi. That's going to be fun. I almost feel like I should do the tree run every stream. But I'm not sure if it's a good idea or not. And again, I have also... The reason I've set up saves on both copies of the game means I could, if I felt confident enough, do some dual hunting. So just have Route 1 with both games running around it. I don't know if it's a good idea, but it's an idea. And basically both the Switch 1 and the Switch 2 has a save file for this on Sword and Shield. So this profile has one. The Switch 1 has a profile with both on. I just got to make sure I remember which way round they are, because I nearly accidentally set up a save file. Again, I thought I'd put Sword on the Switch 2, but no, I put one of each. So I think it means that when I want to do the majority of the actual hunting if I'm only doing one on the Switch 2, so I wanted a save file for both on the Switch too. But if we do DAs and stuff, because I do also want to get a living dex in Dynamax Adventures. You can have 8 profiles on a Switch. If you don't have the family member, you can't use online on all of them unless you get the family one. That's the key thing. If you've got the DLC though, it will work on all 8 of the profiles on that Switch, as far as I'm aware. Well, it has worked on all 8 of them, so. And you don't need online to trigger the pass being put in your bag. Like, if we can just quickly show this. So my league card has 0 badges, as you can see. But the bag has all of these. So I got these at the beginning, before the endorsement letter and the wishing star and the Dynamax and the camping and the box thing. This is the order you get everything in. So that's how early you get it. No worries, Pixel. I am glad that you got some rest. That's the most important thing. We need to make sure everybody rests. So that's why I sort of say, if you don't want to go online, just set up a dummy profile for stuff. What is a Shiny Professor Oak challenge? I've heard of them, but I don't know exactly what it is. The concept is to get all of the Pokemon shiny before we take on the next gym leader. Pretty much. I'm also doing it as a living dex, not just a traditional Professor Oak challenge. And then we woke up. Twitch was on pause. Oh no! So the traditional one that you probably see the likes of your John Stone do, or I know a lot of people are doing a Shiny Professor Oak challenge in ZA because it's a lot more accessible to do, is you kind of would only need to get a Grubbin and then you evolve it and you get the whole Grubbin line, for example. That is one. There are other, like, but I'm doing the living dexes anyway, so I thought I might as well do it this way because I want to start trying to hunt in more fuller odds. No, the phone is not broken. That is the important thing. Yeah, I want to practice more full odds hunting. So this gives me a good way of doing it without making me feel ill, which sadly Fire Red Leaf Green does. It's more to do with the concentration that I need to have. It might not be too bad, but it's quite hard to play it on a big screen. It doesn't really work on a big screen, and on the small screen I'm having to stare too much. It's definitely me thing, that's why I'm not doing it as much. I could have done this in BDSP, it probably would have been a bit easier, but the leveling up would take forever. This isn't quite as bad because I've got level 65, so I can just go and beat up the high level stuff if I want to and get loads of XP. And if I've got something all ticked off, I could do those raid dens and get some candies and stuff. But I'm trying not to fight anything that will increase the odds. So from what I understand, battling X amount can increase your odds to get certain things shiny. So yeah, it's a very, very ambitious project. Let's put it that way. But why not do something outside the box, right? Like, I see like a couple of people, like I'm even doing a bit of the community one in ZA. Well, I've got one on it. I've got one on one of the community ones going on. But I've seen a few people going for it in ZA, and while it would be kind of fun to try it, the beginning part, a lot of it is, the beginning part is pretty much running through Wild Zone 1 on repeat. And there's a horrible little roof to get Abras and Flababies, and even our own bit we're doing ours, we've got an uncatchable shiny spawned. So we're just looking at it and going, hi, every time we reset the map. But I didn't know you could actually glitch this game out, which I seem to have done by accident. So I'm quite happy with that. A happy little accident, as they would say, because we got the Squove that's gone and run into that grass and is not scared of me. Why aren't you gauging interest to a community thing for this in the Sword Show the other day? I'm sort of and sort of not. I feel like people might want to take part along with and maybe opening up. But as I said, because there is a ZA one going on shiny decks, I don't want to put another one up and feel like I'm doing the same thing just in a different game. That makes sense. Because I'm not really sure how to set it up. I don't know if I want to set up as an event that I can only pick, or only people that message me. Like, I know you said you would be interested in doing it too, but only picking the people that say that want to join can get involved. That makes sense. I could set it up. I have no problems with that. I don't know how many people would be interested in doing it from the scratch as such. Because I'm doing it slightly different rules to a traditional Professor Oak's challenge as well. I don't want somebody to come in and say, that's not a Professor Oak's challenge, you can't do it that way, you've got to catch everything and breed it all. If you get what I mean. I want to make sure anyone who would get involved is very clear on how I want to do it. And if they don't like it, I don't want them getting involved and complaining. If you get what I mean. I know that people can be very much a stickler for rules if things aren't exactly how they want it to be. You've put the foot down. Yeah, well, it might not. The thing is, if you're adding people, you would have to get them in and out of the Discords and stuff. People are cranky. True. True. Like, some people might say it's not right because I've gone to the DAs and caught some Pokemon as well. And then I don't. It's another side of it's a bit more difficult to police is. So just use an example here. I know there is these weird odds that can be increased by battling, right? If I'm not mistaken. So if I go on Blipbug, I've battled one. Vikavolt, I've battled one because I got one in a DA. But I've never battled a Grubbin. I've never battled a Caterpie. But Rookidee, I've had to battle as part of the story, to move the story on. And while I've only done 2, technically I've increased my odds that it can be shiny, if I'm not mistaken, for the Brilliant Aura thing. So I just want to stop that being something as well. So I don't know if people would go and just knock everything out. If that makes sense as well. What do I need to look for in Lloyd Island? Go to your tower, go to the left. Okay, yes. They're the little things I just want to be careful with. Like, if there is, like, a group of people that would like to join, then I could set something up. I know you have said you would be interested, so it is appreciated that somebody would already be interested in joining in. Guess you could have a screen include the proof as well. Yeah. Because then I have to, like, for example, if you were to get involved, you kind of know how I'm playing it and how I'm working on it, so you would play to the rules that, not so much, I don't want to put them down as rules, but the methods that I would like to use. That's where it's quite difficult. The guidelines. The guidelines, yes. Guidelines is a better wording. I guess like the question is also Shiny Meltan Ingo just now. Very nice. Very nice, GG. I'll have to try another mysterious box later today. But like for example, I know like Huxley and Bree are working on newer game or learning more. Is that something that you two would be remotely interested in as well? Or Mr. Astro? Or anyone else in chat? Would anyone else be interested in making this more of a community thing? You have 2 Shiny Meltan and 100% Ivy. Very nice aim. GG. GG. Maybe I'll put a little poll in the Discord, see if people want to join. But as I say, I just don't want to feel like I'm stepping on people's feet that are doing the same thing in different games. But at the end of the day, it's just like the soft resetting at the end of the day, isn't it? If you teach me Pokemon right, I could be interested. Well, it's pretty much just running around in the grass and seeing if it's shiny. Just don't battle any gyms. That is pretty much the rule. Or the concept in this challenge. You can't have a gym ticked off. But I can't have it open like the Dex 2026 because there are people I don't know entering stuff. And yes, they're doing the photos correctly and all of that. There's no issues. But it's quite difficult to communicate if something is wrong and without sounding a bit rude. Like, I think Rick kind of understands that without it meaning too much, if that makes sense. Like, it's something I would love to be able to put on events, like the pictures you require. But we can see. I guess the thing would be that you would all have to set up brand new saves for it, like almost like a dummy profile. And how would you be happy to set up a bit of a dummy profile? Like, you don't need to go online for anything. That's the key thing. You can, if you really want to, do it with a legendary at the top of your party. Definitely more visual learner, so photos is good. Oh, it's one of those that when you join events, people say, show these pictures. They generally always say, this page, so you got your trainer ID, and this page because it's got a date on it. They're the 2 pictures most people want when they do events. There is a Ribombi in the chat. But for this one, it will be a little bit, slightly bit different. Maybe I'll put a poll in the Discord. Maybe. I know Pokemon Gamer sort of joked about getting involved as well. I guess it's part of me, it's just the fears of stepping on people's toes if they're doing similar stuff. Like, not in the, I don't like what they were doing, do what I'm doing. I'd have to be, I don't know how to get communication done from the Shiny Dex 2, so everyone in chat here can join when they want, but if somebody goes, oh, this looks interesting, I'll go and do that. I'll set up the save. Oh, there's a shiny. Attitude. How do they contact you as well? It's those little things I want to, I don't know if I want to put like around, they are, yes. So you have to add the person manually. So, for example, if I was to set this up as an event, at the moment I would put just myself in, but then it feels a bit pointless setting up an event that only I can enter into. I know, like, we've got Wall who will join as well, so that would be 2. But then we'd have to wait for someone to say, I want to join, and I don't know how it works. That side of it as well. I feel about been interested in joining, but I don't want to message him because I know he's got a lot going on. I sort of had the... If I can get myself motivated and joined in... Because you're in it now, aren't you? I believe. If I'm not mistaken. I thought you were. You are not. Okay, I saw your name on the bingo board. How many of the group do you know well? Because to be honest, I'm still pretty much an outsider of it. I'll be honest. Piplup Temple is cool. Piplup. Yeah, you joined the bingo and that's it. Okay, because it's one of those where if the right people were streaming, you can sort of say learn about it. I didn't want to commit to it until I caught one. Oh god, a shiny. Like, a typo? Typo? Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to commit till I'd at least got one. And then once I got one, then I felt a bit more comfortable. Like, okay, I've got one. I can do it at my pace. But if I don't want to say, put me in the event and I don't get a single one. And it'd just be like, oh. But I'm sure if we have a mention to it to... Like, I'm assuming you've probably seen the introduction video. If you've seen the introduction video, you know what you need. So maybe if you do know any of the others, see the best way to contact him about joining in. Because I know there's slightly different things you need to have proof if you do it offline to stream-wise. But we'll see. We'll see. We might be able to put some words in. As I say, I might put a poll in the Discord to see who would be interested in doing this as an event. I don't know how to... Like, I would have to put a very large time limit on it, like 7 years. 10 years? But the other side of it is you might get somebody who goes, I want to do the breeding. As well. I was going to ask how long... Well, it kind of depends how it goes, really. Like, let's face it, the other one slowed down a lot anyway. It might be a case of, after a month, I might drop this down to 2 days a week on stream. I might... At the moment, it's penciled in for 4 days. So, good morning, Jack. How are we doing today? How did you enjoy your day off? Maybe one of the terms, not rules, is visit the Discord to read the guidelines. True. True. I think I can put all of the rules in the event. But you would have to go there to ask to join. That's good. That is good. Welcome to our new over-the-top insane challenge. We're just discussing whether we want to open it up to be a community thing. Help with motivation to go after normal things. Yeah, that is the big thing. That's why I want to get involved in as many as I can. But you can also follow along with Sailor Salsa or Jack, who is doing a Dream Team quest. And the last time I checked, I believe you were on 4 out of 6 on both games. We'll probably be doing more of that. So maybe finishing Fire Red Leaf Green soon. But does do some DA stuff and shiny hunting with the community. Listens to a lot of music that you can all make him dance to. And if you're very nice, the banana costume may arrive on stream. You could add rules. They can go to the Discord and request updates on XY channel when shiny was rejected. That is true. That is true. Maybe I'll have to get a meeting going. on how to do it. But we're trying to decide. Well, I decided I wanted to do a shiny Professor Oak's Living Challenge in Sword and Shield, encounter only. But we're just discussing whether to fully opening it up to people who would like to get involved as well as like an event. As well. Because let's face it, it's still 1 in 4,000. I guess the big thing would be that every entry would have to have a picture of the gym, the trainer badge, to show that you've got 0. I know. I have little side rules to it where I'm not allowing the raid dens, or I'm not doing the raid dens. And Dynamax, I've got some Dynamax Pokemon, but I'm not breeding the Dynamax Pokemon if they are catchable in the wild. They're the little side rules. So I would encourage everybody to do the crazier version of this by going to get a couple of Pokemon from the DAs and some watts to get the preferred choice of ball and little bits like that. But thank you for the follow. We do have anonymous follows. So welcome to our Shiny Professor Oak's challenge, which we started today, which might be opened up to the community. Because the reality is, I'm not going to get a shiny today, let's be honest. And if I do, I can just add it to the event later. But I should investigate whether I can do a community dex for this, rather than an event. If I can do it as a community dex, that might be a bit better. But then it doesn't really get people from the outside, unless they watch us do it, involved, if that makes sense. Maybe I'll make a channel for feedback/discussion so we can have a bit more of a discussion on the Discord as well. Maybe I did make an event. I think the problem was I didn't want to have to go through the whole Pokedex and do everything manually. I think that was the other reason why I didn't do the event. Because it is all of the dexes. So it will take a long time. I'd hate having to do that. But we can work on this. We can work on it. It's just I want to do some more full odds hunting. That's the main reason we're doing it. This is the closest to full odds that I do without feeling ill. Like Fire Red Leaf Green was giving me a lot of headaches, and considering I've done the basics of the streaming for like a year, that was the only game that's given me extended amounts of headaches, and I didn't want to stick with it too much, which is why I haven't played it for a couple of weeks. It was too much of the extra stare to check things, and I didn't like it. Could also do a graphic showing every spawn before Gym 1, then update it, striking out. That is true. Yeah, that's a bit what Zeke has set up. It's not the odds wasn't putting me off. It was a bit of the colours. So you saw that I was doing the pattern bush, and a couple of the shinies are very similar to the little patch of grass they shine on, or they spawn on. And if you miss it, and I'm having to stare and stare at some of them because of the very small change, and I wasn't enjoying it. Like, I was enjoying doing the encounters, don't get me wrong. It was amazing to get like 6,700 counters done in, 5 days, stream exclusively. So I'm just going to pause that. Pause. Work. Why won't you work? Okay, we'll pause that one. Okay. Temperamental. At the moment, it's penciled in for 4 times a week. Yeah, because I would have to actually... That's even more challenging. You can actually set the event up to only include the Pokemon in the first segment. Because when you do the events, you can pick exactly the Pokemon you can get. So that is something to take note of. But there are some that are a bit more tedious than others, shall we say. I'm looking at you, Pyukumuku. I'm not looking forward to Pyukumuku 1%. So, yeah, that's the couple of little things. But we could put it in. We'll make a feedback channel and we'll do a poll in the Discord and see if people would want to join in. If I get like 2 other people, including we've got 1, so if I get 1 more person say they'll definitely join, I will make some form of event or community decks if that works. I will have to investigate both to see which we can do. It'll give me something to do, right? On the side of all of the other challenges we're doing. But we are going to take a little break at the moment. So I will put up today's challenge, which is another one a bit like yesterday, because of course we want something difficult for you all. This is the Galar Dex in Pokedex order. Can I make it a bit bigger? A bit bigger? That should be fine, right? So I will start you off so you can see. So Grookey is first. So Galar in order. Dex order. So this is so Varus can show. Okay, thank you, Huxley. I was just typing that up. It is also got German, Italian, French, etc. All the languages, so you can answer in whichever one you feel more confident in. But I want to see if Varys can win this round. But I will also take I'll switch the mic and the camera off, and I'll be back very shortly. So good luck. Well, this one isn't going quite as well. Gen 8 is not everybody's favourite, I'm assuming. Spelling is always the problem. I tried giving a very basic answer to you, Jim, but the concept is that for a living or for a Professor Oak's challenge, the idea is you get everything before you battle the first gym. So the idea would be the whole community has to get at least one of everything, including evolving it up, if it is a living dex. We can explain a bit more. We've got another long session this afternoon to go for the rest of the day, to go through, to get everything through. But what is it? You're determined. I don't even know if the Galarians are going to be on the list, to be honest. I will be honest. I don't know if... Because remember, this is where it goes in the Pokedex. So not what you find in Sword and Shield. Because Ponyta will technically come in Kanto. So it's everything together. So if I get a Caterpie line, someone else gets the Wooloo. Pretty much. Like, if you got a Caterpie, Metapod, Butterfree, no one else would need to get them. Pretty much. I would have to actually do some full research to get them. Oh yes, the 30-second. So you can't spam the same message. There is one of Bree's favourites. Can we evolve? If you catch one Caterpie and you enter the Caterpie, you can't evolve that Caterpie. You would have to get a second Caterpie. So I would have to open up, but I would have to... You would have to say that you would want to be in on it. So I would restrict who is playing or taking part, if that makes sense. So it's not saying nobody is allowed to take part, you just have to ask permission, just so I know that you know exactly what we're doing. Like with the Dex 2026, we have a lot of people who I've never spoken to entering Shinies, which is not a problem. It's exactly why it's opened up as it is. But the idea is to communicate with them is decline an entry and send a message is the only way to talk to them. But I will also check to see whether I can do it as a community dex as well. I'm not fully sure if that works. But that's the main concept behind it. But yeah, we would need to get technically 3 Caterpies. I mean, if I get Caterpie, it is. I get a Caterpie, can I evolve it and put in? You can, as long as there isn't a Butterfree, you can do. Basically. But you can't enter a Caterpie, the same Pokemon to be Caterpie and Metapod. Indeedee, maybe? Is it Indeedee? Obstagoon randomly put there. They're like, oh yeah, that'll go there. All of the random... So Sapphire Fetch next? Is it? Is it Sapphire Fetched? Can't or can't. So if you caught a Caterpie shiny, you can only enter it as either a Caterpie, a Metapod, or a Butterfree. It is up to you. If a Butterfree is already entered, you can't enter another Butterfree. If that makes sense. So that's all the spin-off Pokemon, is it? Perfect. The thing with Caterpie, I'm just using that as an example because it can evolve and all of that. Because Metapod and Butterfree are quite easy to hunt in a wild area, it's not very likely someone's going to go out the way and catch 3. No worries. Snom nom nom. What else could it be? It's not Snom. Is it another fighting type? No. Pinchurchin randomly put in the decks there. No apparent reason. Some of the dex orders are really random here. Like, why is Wooloo after Eldegoss? Now I think it'll be like your Ice Q and Stone Jana. Right? Surely. I think they're next to each other. Then what comes next? Indeedy, randomly so far away from everything else. Cryogonal is Gen 5, Huxley, so don't worry about Cryogonal. There is a Pupitar in the chat. Mr. Rhyme, we've got Mr. Rhyme. Kufant and Kopelraja. What else is here? What about Dreepy? Is that Dreepy time yet? Is it Dreepy time? Nope. Oh, it's the fossil time. This is Huxley's time to shine. It is time to shine with the fossils. Ordino is also Gen 5. The King of Quizzes has... This is in Dex order. So there's not too many left. It seems that Autofan knows his Galar Dex. That is the 4 fossils complete. Will it be Duraludon next? You only care about the Orbeetle. Fair enough. Only a couple of catches. It was Duraludon. There we go. Now we're on the ghosts. The ghost dragons. I don't know if this does dive straight. It must dive straight into the DLC, right? And Eternatus, then it must go into Kubfu? We'll see. If Kubfu works, then... Yeah, so this now does the couple of DLC mons. They are. Well, how did you manage to get those two so perfectly next to each other? Drago. Then it's what? The Calyrex? I don't know what the rest... Maybe it's the Galarian types after Calyrex and co. So maybe now it does like any of the regional ones. So probably Zigzagoon first. But maybe not. He's going to get his Ponyta, isn't he? Darumaka, maybe? Try the Hisuian forms. Try like Cleavor. And Co. All the new Hisuian forms, yeah. So this is considered Gen 8. Weirdly. Don't know why. So it's only going to be them. Because when this is not Dex order, it breaks them down into Hisui and Gigantamax forms. So it's only the ones that is a new Pokedex entry. Only the new Pokedex entries, not regional forms. So we know one is Enamorus. There we go. Overquill, we finished with Enamorus, right? There we go. That was a lot harder than I think we thought it would be. Autofan has won. So first is Autofan, Wall is second, Mr. Astro third, Pokemon Cool, Michael, Huxley, not last. Well, sort of last. But GG everyone, GG. It is a fun little twist to it all. But yeah, it is fun. Right, let's get back to this. So I have put a poll in the Discord. Next order scratch, yes. I thought I wanted to make it a bit more difficult because we've been doing just region and it's done so quickly. So I wanted to sort of mix it up a bit. So it's a bit more difficult. But yes, I did put a poll in the Discord if anybody is interested in joining in. If there are any questions, feel free to ask a few of them. And we can sort of discuss them a bit more while we're doing it, to be honest, today. Because on my next day of doing this, what I'll do is I will open the... If I don't get a shiny today, I will open the event up to start on Saturday. Okay? Because I won't be touching this game tomorrow. The idea was to start on Saturday anyway. But I thought it would be good to do a bit of an explanation stream as we were going through it all. But the key thing to note is you would have to start a brand new save. If you've not got the shiny charm, it will not count. So that is the big thing to note. Again, you don't need the internet to take part in this. I won't start this game in like 6 months from now. I imagine we'll still be going in the first area. It's going to be, if we make it a community event, it's going to be going on for, I still think, 3 or 4 years. To be honest. It kind of depends how hard everybody goes on it. It's also quite, as we were saying, it's quite hard to police because, or stop people in. So this card here is my trainer card. I've got 0 badges. You would have your date you started on it. I know mine are a bit further ahead because I set up the saves ages ago. Need NSO. You do need NSO to play with other people. I'm pretty sure if you've got the eShop available, you should be able to download it for free. Or download it with the DLC. And play it, but you have to play offline. That's the key thing. But as we said, the NSO is not too much if you know people are going to be doing them a lot, or you know a group of people that will do them with you. Because as I say, one of the slight hiccups to this challenge is I don't really want everybody to commit and just go and do all the Dynamax adventures and then start to breed. Because I don't want people doing the breeding outside of the only way to get things. That is one thing I don't want to happen. Which is why I will have to do some research and again ask the question, do I put the starters in the first bit of the story? Bit of the challenge? Because if I was doing it solo, I was not going to do the starters until I'd finished the first badge. But then if you start introducing breeding for the starters, people might say, oh, I can get Spritzy here and breed it shiny. It's like, no, I don't want to do it that way. That's the point, why I'm taking the time with it. But yeah, that's the bit. But then I guess I still have the right to say no to stuff being put in. So there is that. I'll have to get some staff on board on that one. Just to make sure I'm not too harsh on people if I reject stuff. Can always say no, you are the streamer. Yes, but then there are people that would like to get involved that might not stream. And I don't have a problem if people understand how I would like to do the challenge and would like to take part. Because that's the key thing of what I want to make sure that we always have as the channel was designed, to be a place where someone who might not have known as much shiny hunting can come and learn, come and experience it, understand the ups and the downs. That is the goal. There's no point me being, oh yeah, you know how to do this, this is how you do it, if you don't do it this way, you're wrong. And that person get a bit put off because they don't have access to something, or other things like that. That's the key thing. Like, everything is about being open to everyone having a different level of shiny hunting experience, different knowledge of shiny hunting. If you get NSO, you can't do Dynamax Adventures if you don't get the DLC. That's the problem. Like, all you will have access to is trading, and if people are battling, that's all you can really do. I know it's a bit regimental, but you could have a sort of read these guidelines, react, take them out, understand them. Which, yeah, that's, you will have, if you go to enter anything into an event for the first time, you kind of have that anyway, don't you? Where you would make a short tutorial on entry, like explain the rules, yeah, pretty much. Terror raid battles, again, they're pretty much, is that so you can do better sandwich hunting? Is that why you would like it? If that's the case, then you'll be good to go with NSO. But I want to play online. I know, but there are places to get the sandwich hunting stuff done a lot quicker from Terror Raids online. That's the thing. The thing is, it's such a difficult decision. Like, you could play both of these games, this and Scarlet, and be into them like a couple of hours ago. No, I don't like it. So if you're going to sandwich hunt, you can get the NSO and do some of the bot ones that people host on Twitch. So you basically go in there with a certain Pokemon and beat up something really easy and you get a load of Herba. I know a lot of people do it when we do competitions. It is an option, but if you don't have NSO, you can't do it. You would have to farm the couple you get given each day and hope you get the right rolls. And you would have to rely on the computer to do the work as well. So that's the other side to it. But you can probably sandwich hunt without Herba if you do encounter power. At the end of the day, most of it is encounter power and then a bit of shiny on top. You can get some very intriguing ingredients in the Blueberry Academy to guarantee you 1 star or 1 boost on shiny hunts as well. But then you won't be able to complete the dexes without being able to trade online. So you're at this sort of thing. So maybe you commit to just getting the games with NSO. Make sure you enjoy the games. That would be the key thing. Make sure you are enjoying the games. And then if you're enjoying them, then maybe then get either the NSO or the DLCs. Because then you'll save money if you turn around and go, I don't like this. This is not what I like. That is the other side to look at it. You could investigate the NSO free trials as well. See if there is like the 7-day one here or there that you can try. Maybe like a month one somewhere or something as well. But yeah, that's kind of it. You have NSO. Good, good. I expect so. I think most people have NSO because it's just so cheap. You don't have the DLC? Okay. Again, it goes back to what you enjoy doing in the game. Do you Scarlet playthrough? It's such a slow game. Is it on the Switch 1 or Switch 2? It's not that slow, to be honest. I find it pretty fast. It's much faster than going into like a Fire Red Leaf Green for a playthrough. The beginning bit's a bit slow. I reset the game because of data corruption. Okay, so they took away your DLC. You should still have the DLC though. You should be able to reinstall it with your profile, but it depends if you're still using the original profile. If you're not, then I get it. I should pay for Scarlet or Sword first. Yeah, I thought it was just... Yeah, I think it's just the thought of the tutorial. Okay, so you never bought the DLC. Okay. There is a Drapion in the chat. Very popular figure. Welcome back. Welcome back. And hello, Dindo. How are we today? Any shinies? No, we're pretty much on the break for most of your trip to the shop as well. Should I play along a game? I think they're both pretty much the same. Like the XP share kind of makes them very quick once you get through the tutorial. That's the thing. So, yeah, it's a difficult one to go by. But there is the premium shiny hunter, Dindo. I imagine Dindo wouldn't mind getting involved in this challenge. We'll pull him in, whether he wants to or not. But yeah, so yeah, I've got the poll. If it looks like something is winning, I will set something up on the website today. I'll put it as a private one until the poll finishes. I am doing good, thank you. I have decided I want to do a shiny living Professor Oaks challenge. And we're sort of having a bit of a discussion about opening it up for community to get involved in as well. Basically. I'm still, because like, as we're sort of saying, there's certain things that I would like to have set as the rules for my vision of this that is different to a traditional one, if that makes sense. So it's sort of, yeah, we're just going through little bits of it, potentially setting it up, but it will be a closed event, so you would have to ask to be in it, if that makes sense. So, if you evolve community and involve, I will join eventually. Just don't need to. No worries, no worries. Like it may even be a case of I don't put people in until I know they're actively hunting, if that makes sense. Because there's not much point saying, putting everyone in and they're like, I'll join, and then they end up like, actually, I don't want to do it, then I have to take people out. Like, as soon as you load up the game and go, I'm going to take part, I can add you. But if it's like 3 or 4 months down the line, I will wait till you are ready to join in. For Dindo's purposes, I believe it's the only person that hasn't heard my idea of the visions, is I want to make it so it's an encounter-only one. So just because something is available in a raid den, I do not want to catch the raid den Pokemon and breed before the first gym. I want to focus on random encounters only. With the exception of the starters and regional variants, which I will probably put on the list, which you can only get by breeding, which means you cannot shiny hunt for anything in Dynamax Adventures. You can go in DAs, get a couple of team members like I have. My preferred preference was to go in there and get the ability boosters. So I picked the Ivysaur because I wasn't sure if I was going to do multiple saves. But on this save, I got myself a Flareon for Flash Fire. Another save, I've got a Stunfisk for Static. I got a Trevenant for Harvest, and I've got a Gastrodon, but I need to change its ability, basically. But I was also like, I don't know whether to sort of say you can't do the knockout methods as well, but then I don't know if the knockout method even works. I really don't. So that's like a little thing I'm personally choosing not to do. I was going to put the breeding in after the first gym for the starters, because I was going to do it quite loosely, the breeding. Because, well, I don't enjoy it, because it was going to be like my own little challenge. The complete flip to this is I can still do this as my own personal challenge, and people can join in. If you open up what are your thoughts on breeding for transferring the ability mons rather than the ones from the DAs? My thing with, like, if you're not going to get it shiny, and if you get it shiny it won't count, then I don't have a problem with it. If that makes sense. So I think the only other, like, they're the only abilities that help, aren't they? Well, and obviously the Staryu. Is there any more abilities that really boost anything? Like I said, I've got mine set up on multiple saves for the reason that I can bounce between sword and shield. If I want to dual hunt, I can do dual hunting on different profiles as well. That's the only reason I've got. Like, you can also like damp and false swipe. Okay, they are options, yes. That could be a thing, yeah. I don't know, because again, I don't have too much of an issue if people farm DAs for the ore stuff. The clear rule is it will not count. I think, but can you not get false swipe in the first town? If I'm not mistaken. Like, the only thing that I would like to get earlier is the bike, but I sort of encourage everybody to actually go and unlock the DLC, because if you are someone who likes particular Pokeballs, you can go and WOP farm quickly and get the preferred Pokeballs. If that makes sense. If you get very lucky, you can do it that way. You get the free guaranteed, so I like that as like a little bit of a rule. But if you have Sword and Shield and you feel like you would like to do 2 saves, Sword and a Shield, that is perfectly fine. Because like there might be a case of you would like Ponyta and Farfetch'd, just as an example of 2. But you can't do them both on the same save, so that's perfectly fine. The other reason I did them was so I could get the Alolan starters. And you can also catch, like, when we get to the Darumaka area, like, Darumaka is probably the best example of one. I'm pretty sure you can get it in raid dens very early, but you can't catch it in the wild until you've got 5 gym badges. So Darumaka will not be accepted until the 5 badges have been done. That makes sense. Even if you can get it in a raid den at this stage of the game, I'm not going to get that as one done. If you are going to do breeding, though, you would have to use a Ditto that is in the same language as the game you are playing. You can't Masuda a Ditto, or Masuda the Eggs. You have to do the fullest of odds. That's the reason why I want to push for the encounters. Like, at the end of the day, you could breed everything out of raid dens and get this done a lot quicker with Masuda, with or without Shiny Charm. But doing the random encounters is what makes it much more challenging and long-term, if that makes sense. Like, Wishy Washy is a 1% fishing encounter. Like, I don't think we're getting that anytime this year. But it is more challenging to say that we fished it up as the community than caught one and bred. I don't quite know if chain fishing works. I don't think it does. But at the end of the day, you're throwing a rod in a pool of water. If it means it has chained it by accident, I guess we can just go with it. There's not really anything we can do to change that. But if people put yes on the poll and Discord, those names are the ones I will start by putting in the event to take part. The only thing I will ask is a picture of the trainer ID, which will be put in the Discord. So if you don't want it to say your real name, I would say just put it in as a name you would like to be known as, because it is, or you can blank out your name at the end of the day. I don't mind, because it will be on all of the things you enter. But if you don't want that one in public view, you can cross out your name on it. If you'd prefer to keep it secret, but when everything gets entered in, it will show your name. But I guess it would be quite fun to see how everyone does on it. Like, there'll be a lot of very funky things going on. But as I said, I will have to have a proper read through if I'm going to do this, and only put what is available at the beginning in. Because there's a couple we still need to discuss as well. I do need to check something, which I should do, right? I'm going to do it in the break. I am going to do it in the break. Because I know what I need to check. I'm in the right game for it. But on Cerebi, it says the Pot Bottom Desert is higher on the sword save than it is on the shield save, which is very strange. So I need to go and see what a couple of rufflets are level-wise. Pretty much. I would also point out you don't have to do like what I'm doing here. You can just go after like all the Wooloos. What about the version exclusives? I am happy if somebody, people who want to get involved, do a sword and a shield save. I personally have got 4 saves set up for this. So it is completely up to you. If everybody who takes part has got sword, then I might put more focus on the shield save. Oh, meeting time, that means shiny time. Right, I'm just going to go and look at something in the Pot Bottom Desert. But if you are going to do it, I would say minimum, if you feel like you don't want to go all the way to Turfield, get the fly mechanic. You can go to the DLC areas, as I say, catch some Pokemon. No, catch the DA ones just so you got your abilities. If you want to breed them, breed them. Obviously, he gives you the watts, so it'll be very helpful. This one's not too much of a problem. We would technically need to focus on getting some of the Digletts done, because we would like the Alolan starters. But I'm pretty sure you can't do all of the Digletts at the start of the game. Because we're just doing this ad, I just want to see what the Rufflets look like, level-wise. But we can get most of the Evo Stones over here as well, so that is helpful. I don't want to go for anything too high. It's the Rufflet that I need to worry about. We can probably check this, can't we? We can beat everything here, so it's not a problem. So this is very strong. What level are you? This is level 24. Yeah, so this area, for some reason on Sword, is 19 to 24, which technically means I can't catch most of the encounters. So Rufflet might not be, well, it's technically doable, but not going to be easy. I don't know whether the Pokemon are shiny locked before the level caps or such, the catching caps. That's something I need to do a lot more investigating on. But I've picked this one just for the canopy. I'm going to get that thing to run a bit. Good. Okay, I wasn't meant to do that encounter, but... Oops. Yeah, like the idea is it's going to be open to plenty of discussion to what people would like, or to make sure everyone gets the idea. I think most people in chat understand it now. So we'll see. I know I've got to do a ton of research though, if I'm going to set this up as an event. Again, this event, if I start it, will not start until Saturday. I will start it at my stream start time on Saturday, unless I get a shiny today. There is a Drillbur in the chat, if you would like a Drillbur. It basically gives me a chance to get all of the I's and the T's. What's the discard command? It should be this one. I've put a poll in there, so pretty much anybody that says yes, I will probably put straight in the event. So if your name is not the same as your Twitch name, Discord name, just let me know and I can add it that way. Or if you don't, or just but for me. I will put you in there, Pixel, but I don't want you to feel pressured into hurrying, getting to it quickly if you're taking your time on the other games. If that makes sense. So pretty much anybody that says yes to the poll will get added, regardless of how early they will start. How about that? Does that make more sense? Because you never know, we might get somebody wants to jump in and is a big fan of breeding, and we could just give them all the starters to do. Or all of the exclusives. So for example, I think the list of ones that would have to be bred are, in no particular order, the Galar, Hoenn, Alolan, and only two. We will need to do all the Kanto starters. I don't know when to include getting Charmander. So that is a maybe one. Then it is the Kanto, Farfetch'd, Meowth, and Persian. Like, we'll try and do the regional difference ones as well. Darumaka's, Darmanitan, Farfetch'd. Probably said it already. Galarian, no, normal Yanmask and Cofagrigus. Zigzagoon and Linoon. So I will have to get, like, all of this you can basically trade in game to get the one you would breed. Just remember the Everstone. But I would like to try and make it so it's only once you can encounter it. Like, Eevee's going to be a nightmare. Because we need to get all of the evolutions before the first gym. So that'll be fun. But Farfetch'd you get in the bit after the first gym. So technically we would get the Cantonian Farfetch'd there. But Corsola, as an example, like anything that spawns after the first bridge that is like level 30, we don't touch. Even if it's something in a den. That's kind of a little bit of my rule that I want to put in. Won't be precious rare. So basically, do the ADEX, finish and start in 2 days a week. No worries. Well, as I say, if you put yes on the poll, I will add you to the event. I may make a channel. It's like, of the people who said yes, I may make a little role in the Discord as well that I will give you all, and then I can tag you as that role, and then you can just confirm your Shiny Dex IDs as well. I know some already. I'm assuming you're going to be using the same Pixel Princess as yours, but just in case people do have slightly different usernames. Like, we're going to have a lot of streams like this where we probably don't actually get a single thing. So it's just something we're going to have to be used to, which is kind of why I want to do it. I don't feel like I want to get a shiny every time I stream. Unless we're doing eggs, then we never get shinies. Like, this thing's relatively rare. I will also, I just, the Twitch connection, I believe it's the same. Fair enough. Fair enough. I will do a lot of the investigating, setting up to start officially on Saturday. Because tomorrow it is breeding again. Anyway, so of course, we're doing something painful and annoying. Maybe we will hatch an egg. You never know. It might happen. We might get that luck in our way. I also think for the start of the game, or start of the challenge, it would be better if we don't do any manipulation to get certain weather. I know you can do that to get certain spawns, but we'll try not to do that. Unless we get to a stage where we only need one weather, then we will do that. Can we hunt SS today to help with its her last day? Well, that was probably going to be the plan. That's why I switched that one off. I switched it off so nobody could claim it today. So that was always going to be the plan. I have a redeem where people can pick the raid, but I switched it off in case somebody picks someone else. If that makes sense. So yeah. Hit those. I don't know what that one meant. It does. Okay, yeah. I try not to say exactly who we are, but I think most people would have imagined that would have been the goal today. I don't know how much it actually does, but I feel like some people might suggest somewhere else today, so we'll go and see if we can help get that final one ticked off. But the other thing with this type of hunting is you probably could go longer at times because, again, it is just chatting with a little dose of shiny hunting on the side. Let's be honest. But she goes live on the hour, right? I don't have my phone to give me proper notifications today because I'm using it as a tracker. But this little bug, this one isn't terrible to go for. I'm pretty happy to go for it. Soon, yeah. Join the beginnings. Okay. The other reason why I suggest to everybody to do a little bit of wart farming and get the Pokeballs is you don't want to just go into any shiny hunting with just the 20 or so Pokeballs you get. If something goes wrong, you're in a horrible place. You would rather have way too many. Hence why I'm quite happy if people go and get a team of Pokemon from DAs. You can get a full team of 6 if you want. It makes no difference. It's just they can't be entered in. If they turn out shiny, congratulations. That's the best way to put it. Because like the other little sub-challenge I want to put together is actually a Dynamax Adventure Shiny Living Dex. So everything, full odds from Dynamax Adventures. Because, yeah, me and challenges go together pretty well. We really do. We like to make everything difficult. And that one could be opened up, but it would have to have the same rule where you can send the trainer ID picture through to say no, that you have no badges, because you could have all 400 in the dex, but it's not going to get you the shiny charm. You can't get that till you've got 5 badges at least. So we will see. And the other side of this is if we're doing this as the community, I can still focus on my Switch 2 living decks as well, which is where a lot of these might get entered into at some point. But I guess the good thing is to do this challenge, you don't need the internet. So that is where it sort of is accessible for a bit of everybody. Right? Right? But we may as well get known for doing something ambitious in the Pokemon world. We've got at least 8 months before the next Pokemon game. 8 months, yeah, at least 8 months before the new mainline game. So if we focus on that, see how far we get. I feel we'll be lucky to be at Turffield. I think. You can play through all the way to Turffield as well. There's nothing to say you can't. If you want to go and hunt in Galar Mine, Route 4, Route 3, whatever. Like, you're free to hunt in any area. You don't have to start on Route 1. I've just chosen this for a preference. Now, I don't even know if I'm taking half of these off. Because I've been doing time so long, I keep forgetting. But hey. I'm not really sure what colour this looks like shiny the Blipbug. It doesn't look that much different in the picture going across the top. I haven't actually encountered one Nickit, have I? Actually, have I? I did one Nickit. I haven't done a single... Actually, we have done one of everything on this route. Because I think a Wooler was in the way. Hoot Hoot would be hilarious for the one to get, though. Because I think it's the rarest spawn of everything. I think Blipbug is the common spawn here. I keep trying to see the Blipbug in the picture and I keep missing it. What does it look like? Oh, maybe it doesn't have the orange stripe. The bow tie is different. Okay. So, yeah. The orangey, greeny, bluey, greeny, yellowy thing is different. It's the main reason why we're doing this game for shiny hunting. Because they give you the big shiny sparkles. When it is shiny, much bigger. You'll know. It'll be very clear when it's shiny. There's a lot of the things in this game that are going to be targets for the Dex 2026 still. Again, I do think the fossils are going to be the nightmare. I was saving the shiny for the next meeting. That's what it really is. If that makes sense. That's the new rule. We'll save it for the second meeting. Okay, the next one is slightly longer. So good idea. Psyduck is actually in the beginning of this game as well. There is a Gourgeist in the chat. If you would like a Gourgeist. So there is the chance to get the Psyduck. Huxley's like, right, I'm signing up to play now. I'm going to do it. It's fun because I've set up all the paperwork for this as well. Cypherball on Cofagrigus, on Gourgeist. I think he just likes showing off his fancy ones. It's me, remember. I thought Cypher was for Ghost. Watch him catch it now and you miss it, Autofan. Just to sum up the game at the most. Uh-oh. Premier Ball has the low. That explains why none of my sparkly eggs are hatching. If I miss, only I call it. Only I call it. There is a quest to miss, isn't there, this week? If I'm not mistaken. You're very sushy, Ghostface. And what ball would you suggest using for the sparkly eggs to hatch? I think I've put a dragon egg on today because I couldn't be bothered to do the premier balls. So I should have a dragon egg slowly working its way to hatch. Shall we see if it's hatched? Pokeflex. Oh, it's a Flittle. There we go. We got a Flittle. Didn't expect it to hatch so early, but must have caught a lot more than I thought. Pixel has missed. You are late. So what do you reckon our total encounters for today will reach? I feel like there's a comfortable hour and a half, maybe 2 hours left. Do you reckon we could make... I don't think we're going to hit the 1,000. We've fallen a bit behind. Keep getting distracted. 724. It's a very precise number. It's almost like you hit the calculator really hard and got those three. You end up some strange... I will definitely end with a 0 or a 5 at the end. That's a fact. It's more likely going to have a 0 at the end. Yeah, it's probably going to be a 50 or a 0, double 0. It's not like we're going to end on an exact time. I will say that much. We'll do encounter time ending. But we'll see. We'll see. I feel like we've done really well to get these numbers. I think an efficient day, which wasn't us getting distracted looking for a Staryu and checking the pot bottom desert, we'll get more done. But hey. Because I know we were talking about Mario Kart, but it looks like Mario Kart's just going to be shelved at the moment. We could pivot it back into the TwitchCon weekend, because most people that would like to play Mario Kart are not going to TwitchCon. I think it's the best way to put it. So it sort of gives everyone who isn't there a bit of a community day. If that makes sense. When that is the 30th. Or probably the 29th we would do it. No, whichever the Saturday is. I know that Pixel has an event that would be our evening time as well. Pixel's got our birthday event that weekend. No, actually, I can't do the 30th during the day, can I? I've been invited out for a birthday pool tournament during the day. I think they want to start at like 12 o'clock. I keep forgetting because they kept changing the date. Yeah, the 30th, that would be sort of our evening time. So I can go to the pool thing and be back in time for some of the evening shenanigans. Because I believe the idea is to start at 12 o'clock. Because we're all old now, so we don't like being out late. Make the team in Discord. I'm still not sure if I'm going to be on a building team or a shiny hunting team. That's the thing. I'm not sure which side. Make a mixed team. Okay, so Golduck, Floatzel, and dun, 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 dun. Needs no Floatzel mode. You'll have to get one for her. Because when I saw the guys last time, they're like, "Oh, my birthday is on." For like this, they're like them talking. Was like my birthday is on about the 15th, 16th. I want to do a pool tournament. Do you want to come round? And I'm like, yeah, what about the weekend after? Because Eurovision is on that day. So they were like, oh, we'll do like the 23rd-ish. Because it's in the middle of 2 birthdays. And then the next day it's like, oh, I can't do the 23rd. How about the 30th? Alright, you will join. Okay. What we're going to do, put you? I don't like Eurovision, no. I don't care about it. I've never have. The only thing I know from Eurovision is Lordy One and the Rasmus song. A couple of years ago. It's more a lot of their partners want to watch it with them, so they end up watching it a bit of a laugh. You've never nothing's ever going to be out. The fact that like a hard metal band went along and just casually won. I think the main reason I don't watch it is the politics are boring. It's never really about who's the best or most interesting. It's like, what country do we want to support? And it also confuses me how it's called Eurovision and Australia are in it. inter-country voting. So yeah, so like Sweden will vote for Norway, and Norway will vote for Sweden, and they all vote for each other. Then you go down the south, and it's like Spain and Portugal will vote for each other, and then like the whole Baltic states will all vote for each other, and it's like, you know, nothing makes sense. Don't we in Ireland? I thought we might vote for the Irish, but the Irish won't vote for us. That sounds more familiar, right? We usually get nil points, as they would say, and then still qualify every year because we're a host nation or some nonsense along those lines. Every other country has to qualify, but England just have a free seat. We need someone to laugh at. Pretty much. But it turns out most of them like watching it with their wives, partners, etc. So they don't want to be out that day. So that day got scrapped. So yeah. But then we got the engagement party this weekend. Have to stay in the good books, yes. It's funny when you look at like most of them are a couple of years older than me, and some of them have kids who are in their 20s. Some of them have kids that haven't even started school. It is very fun to see the different range of children's ages that like everybody has as well, and you can see how they all react differently now to like, yeah, they do what they want. Well, I've got to get up to take them to football in the morning or something. Yeah, we got the 6 kids, remember? Not quite 7 yet. Not quite. We haven't needed to make the 7th yet. We go in full Heath Slater. I've got 9 kids to feed. No kids for the Pixel. You'll have the 4-legged ones. Yes. The waggly-tailed ones. Fur babies, as they call them, right? Ooh. All the doggos. All the doggos. Just don't want to go back into reproduction. Fair enough. Fair enough. If only certain other people had thought of that about 82 years ago. Won't mention names. But we might know who we mean. Oh, we've hit the Adlands, of course, that went and still did the encounter. We will do the pause. We will do the pause for the break. We don't want to miss a shiny, right? It's amazing that it's suddenly warm again. It took Mr. Astro a minute. But that was used effect in there. Fair enough. That's not long. Well, you never know. You never know. Life has very strange paths, right? For some reason, I read that as Paul Merson. But yeah, we don't want to do any shiny hunting when we have Adlands. because, and we know he's got very bigger problems. But yeah, I was, as we've sort of mentioned, we did take the songs off the stream for two reasons. One is it shows up on the VODs, and there's no music on the VODs, so it's a bit silly having it there. I wish it was something that wouldn't show on the VODs. Maybe I'll investigate how to get Spotify to put the song in chat when it plays. Maybe that's an option. Because then it won't matter. Do you mean the redeems or the actual music as well? The actual music, when we had the little display that showed what the songs were, it shows up on the VOD, but there's no music on the VODs. Because the plan is to always upload all the VODs now, if I ever want to go back and look at anything. There is a Krogunk in the chat. That's the other reason why I'm going to probably put these multipliers on the redeems. That is what my thinking is. So if it gets done once, it doubles in price. But I want to make sure it resets them when I end stream, so I don't want to change anything today. Cypherboard. There we go. We did change it. I wanted to see whether Mrs. Astro could find it. I wanted to see if she'd go, where is my kit? But don't tell her the new name for it. So Autofan is back on his sparkly eggs today. That is my assumption. Well, it will be there tomorrow. It will still be there tomorrow. I was going to leave it there as changing the name. It's not a problem when she sees it, it's just the fact that I've put it there deliberately so it's sort of hidden away. Instead of, say, Kid Wilson or Hey Kid. Yeah, I'm not going to do the other Joe Hendry ones tomorrow. I want to make sure that the ones I've done today have auto gone back to the original price. That is the thinking. I use Coconut Mall as an example of doing it by 500, but I use the He Appears to try doing a multiplier. Probably. But it's just trying to trim it down a bit. Like, it's either going to be put it on a full cooldown where it can get used once per stream, or it's just going to have to get removed. So I'm going to try that for a couple of days. That's the plan. See how it goes. It might not work. But I've got to try something to stem the Hendry spam. Pretty much. Because I don't, unless I shorten them even more, I can't leave them in the VOD. And then I can't pick and choose what is and isn't in the VODs. For my neck web. We thought we would check to see what was happening. I was seeing if I could break some of them by doing too many at once. to see whether it worked. Actually, I don't know. You know when you got like the bits unlock, is that a cumulative total on bits to unlock the emote? You had a Koki raid. Okay. Now you see why I say cooldowns are important. Yeah. Because they will annoy you after a while. Yeah, the bit badges. Is it a cumulative total? So if you were to do 100 for 10 months, you would get the 1,000 biddy one. If that makes sense. It's channel total spent. Okay, so I imagine Breeze probably unlocked the new emote then. Bree might have a new secret emote. I can't remember what my biddy ones are. I think I just put basic ones there because nobody was using, or the bits are quite hard to get. That is 600 done. 600 in one day is not too bad at all. So what this new tracker actually does something, and it tells you how many encounters you do an hour. I didn't even know where to look. But your Golduck one isn't a bit one, isn't it? It's like 1,000 bits to get your banned Golduck. If I'm not mistaken. I think I had just left basic ones in there, not the ones that I had bought. So I could put the Spearow in there. So yeah. I think one is like the smirking Vulpix. If I look at your emotes, I could only see what I have unlocked from sub. It's strange because I can see what's locked when I go on yours. If that makes sense. I'm pretty sure mine are... I'm pretty sure it's these three. Okay, well, that didn't work, did it? Those three are the bit ones. Have a safe journey, Pixel, and we will see you on the other side. At the bottom, yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Vulpix is the most expensive because I didn't really know what to put in there because, as I said, when I started, I just used a big bundle. Um, that were just Gen 1s that was easy to find. That one face. But the smirky one. The smirky Vulpix. And I swear you've spent more bits than that. But I'm guessing, no, actually that's nearly 1,000 you've spent, isn't it? That must be. Nearly 1,000 spent. I'm reading that as. Must be all those coffees. I imagine the Smirk one is the 10k bit. I think the Pidgeotto is the 1,000 or 5,000. Yeah, so you're... I imagine the Pikachu is the 1k one. Okay. So I imagine Bree has that one for sure. Definitely has the Pikachu, but I don't think she's got the Pidgeots yet. She's probably the closest of everyone. But Yeah, I really should put something more interesting in there, shouldn't I? Maybe I should put the Spearow in there. Maybe. Oh, but thank you, Huxley. You now have your Pikachu. Enjoy your Pikachu. You got a new badge as well. Can I edit those badges? Do you know? Or is that just a Twitch badge? I don't know. Yes, you can add custom ones. Okay, maybe I thought I had, to be honest, but we'll have to add some more of those Pokeballs that we bought. Use Earthquake on the Pikachu. Auto fan. Beating up the poor innocent Pikachu. What did Pikachu ever do to you? Because I've already got like the dancing one of that emote. That one's a sub one, isn't it? I can't remember what the higher tier sub emotes are, but they are the ones I don't really touch too much. Yeah, that one's a sub one. Which is a nice simple one. But does Autofan think we'll get a shiny today? Singing Pidgey and Sipping Vaporeon. Okay. So they're not exactly the most fancy ones, are they? Let's be honest. A Pokemon game without a bloody mouse? No? Okay. What's wrong with the mouse Pokemon? Who would you pick as the mascot from Gen 1 if Pikachu wasn't around? That's a question. I know what Huxley's gonna say, so... Probably the Eevee. That would be a good choice, wouldn't it? Because at least it's one that has multiple options. I also forgot to give you the link to the free emotes. No worries, no worries. We will have a look a bit later. Maybe there's some Golduck ones in there. It would probably go with Machop. Okay, because I know there was an issue with people basically stealing other people's work and then trying to give them away or charge. So I will be very careful with what I see before taking anything. Probably still no Talos. Right? Still no Talo. Not the bag. Justice for Talo. Justice will be Talos. I feel like I may have missed a couple of the checks. Because I think even doing this with the shiny charm takes ages. So, a recent tap bulb. Uh-oh. Still not showing up. Well, not that long ago. Are you spamming the Wonder Trades? I think I got loads of Wonder Trades during the event. On my Poke Dailies. Well, that's when spiders operate. When you're asleep. I traded a Jolteon today. I don't know why I traded a Jolteon. Why did I trade a Jolteon? My mission is to do fire, grass, and water. And I got an Iron Fort of all of the things to get for a Jolteon. I just realised I was trying to do one of the baby eggs. Just swap the baby eggs over, do the wonder trade, and swap back as such. See, at least you're not the only one struggling with the last one. Have I got anything new? I don't think I have. Maybe. I believe it's A tier. I thought it was swap straight tier wise. Paradox Art S tier. Okay. It's more I was just surprised that somebody was throwing one of them away. I think I have every other single Paradox out of them. Oh, Auto Fan. You know what will happen is you'll do the trade. And there is an MC Sam with 49 badges, and also he brought a Shelder along with him in the PCG. If you would like. Banjo Hendra, that's what I'm trying to do. Slowly. But how are you doing today, Sam? How was your alpha hunts last night? Hungry? Hungry? We're trying to get rid of the Joe Hendry slowly. But we will get this. Hurrah! We would like more. We would like more. And never get a riff of Joe Hendry. Maybe. Maybe. I'm doing something where it costs more each time it gets used in the future. Hence why one of them is now 10,000 channel points. That's the goal. You gave up on geography? Not a problem. Not a problem. I would as well. Because geography never seemed to be about learning where places are on the map. Swaddle. Exciting X. Elite would like it. Elite would like that one. I was trying to keep up with the countries in the bottom of the slide. The bottom slider? Oh. IJK. I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. Might check the bench resets. Okay, hopefully we get something new. I have also started my new challenge today, which is the Shiny Living Professor Oaks challenge in Sword and Shield, with the idea that it could become a community event. So let's have a look and see how well it goes. There is a poll in the Discord, so people who say yes will get you 4 votes so far. So I think it is. Okay. I've got to make sure I call it the Encounter Only Shiny Living Professor Oaks Challenge as well. That might work. On the condition it's renamed the Shiny Professor Voices Challenge. We could probably do that, couldn't we? Because then we won't get people saying why it's not a proper Professor Oaks challenge. It's like it's not called that. Yeah. True. True. What's the scientist in this one called? Sonia. Encounters only, but some RDAs. Some RDAs? Like what? The legendaries? But in the decks, there's only 3 in the decks. The Alolan forms, they would be bred. Like anything that 100% cannot be encountered can be bred. But you can't go into a DA and get a Greedent and enter it in. Basically. Legends are DAs. Yes, but only the birds are in the Pokedex. Or any of the Pokedexes. Which is quite interesting. All the rest are not in a Pokedex. It's very strange, to be honest. The random encounter without breeding or DA Professor Voices rolls right off the tongue, exactly. Reggie Trio 2, but they are 1 in 4,000. They don't get affected by Charm, which is the key thing. I'm trying to do everything that doesn't get affected by Charm. So they are going to be done eventually, but I don't think you can catch them until you've got at least 8 badges. Same with Gigasins. Yeah. So if it's not in the decks, then we're not too worried about it. But we might do the regional forms for funsies. Because I think for some reason, like, Persian is in the Pokedex, but there's only 1 Meowth, which is a bit annoying. But you get the Alolan from, like, the only reason it's not breeding is quicker. If it's the only way to get something, breeding is allowed. So starters, pretty much, and regional forms. Or original regions, shall we call them that. Guess you'll need to do some for, like, technically you can get a Cofagrigus in a DA, but it's not a random encounter. Have you played Champions? Yes, I have played it and moved away from it. Oh no. What happened, Briggy? What happened? Can you move a house later? Yes, you should be able to move houses. Is it a one that the Pokemon are building rather than you've built? You're not allowed to do it. Okay, does it say only I can move it? Catchaphone. You could have shortened it. could have. I bet it says only owner can. Okay, I can have a look. Is it the one, what I will say is put, some blocks, like, where it should go, if that makes sense. So sort of do, like, the square of where you want it, that looks really ugly and horrible. But has no tiles on it. I have not actually tried moving something before. The other option... Oh, do you just want to move stuff underneath it then? Or did you just want the house somewhere else? I have not... I I don't really actually do champions competitively. It's probably going to be something I very rarely touch, to be honest. I don't find it very fun. I will be honest. I tried doing a little bit, but I got tired of basically facing the same teams over and over again. And you know what it could be like. Competitive is not for me. I pretty much go on there to try and get a shiny, and that's about it. So when you say you want to move it, does that mean you want to move it or just decorate underneath it? Mostly. Um, there's a sheep. Where did the sheep come from? Yes. Is that a yes? You just want to move it, or yes? I can move it if it needed, but also underneath is fine too. Okay. Yeah, so if you can just put some blocks where you want it, and I can try to arrange for it to get moved there. Or if it's... I'm assuming that'll be the quickest way to do it. I think that's how moving works, right? You just put it... We'll find out. We'll find out. I collect the kit and the Pokemon already. Okay. Perfect. So it just means I've just got to trigger it, basically. Checking the benches. Good luck. Good luck. We will see. I guess that's the one annoying thing with the prefabs. If you want to move it, you've got to do it the long way. So that's something we've learned. I will have to demolish the log cabins eventually as well. I need to get rid of those log cabins. I lost. What is the team you're running at the moment? Out of interest. You have 3 teams? Okay. So I've been trying an Incineroar one. But as we say, I'm not too good at it. Like, we were going to actually do like a full series on it, but when I learned how poor the selection was, I lost a lot of interest in trying. I don't know how long it takes to do demolishment on Pokopia either. Or moving. Relocation. I bet you I go over there and half the Pokemon would have despawned. So that sums up the game, doesn't it, at the moment? But at least we're learning more about the island and how it works, how it operates. But even if we hit 750 encounters, it's amazing. 24? Oh no. I need to get that Tink. 1 hour if Tink Master. Okay. Well, we don't have Tink Master yet. When it comes to moving, we'll see whether it means once I've pressed for it to be moved, then maybe Briggy will be the one that can actually move it. Let's top the water up some more while we're in the Adlands. We don't want to miss any more shinies. And we will pop this open very quickly. There's so much more details on it. Where is it? I hope it'll be as smooth as that. I will say that. Right, where are we going to look? Just while we're in the Adlands before they finish, let's pop this one open. We can put the lurk here. Put that across. Perfect, perfect. And look at that, right in time for the ads to finish. We may have accidentally encountered that during the ads. But shh, nobody needs to know. Nobody needs to know, okay? My second team is Dragobald, Mamoswine, Tyrant, Beedrill, Aggron, and Quilava. Okay, nice, nice. Or is that meant to be Typhlosion? I'm assuming it probably means Typhlosion. Oh no, Quackquavel, sorry. I'm misreading it. I keep forgetting the Paldean starters are in there. Litwick, I need a Litwick. Stay in the ball, you silly little candle. Tyranitar. Oh. Tyra, sorry. I am glancing reading. My bad. Defensive, if is that what you meant? No, I read Quackquavel as Quilava. That's what I misread. I just thought, oh, I thought it would have been Typhlosion. I forgot Quackquavel. I misread it. Completely misread it. Well, we could pause. We could take a pause. We'll get to 700, we'll pause, and we'll open up champions, and you can try to take on one of my teams. And then we can come back and do some more. I've only got, I don't even know if my team's still put together. Because as I say, I've only really been shiny hunting. We've been doing the gambles. Of course I didn't catch it. Stupid candle. Stupid candle. How am I going to complete the Pokedex if I can't catch the baby Pokemon? I've got a shiny Lampent, but I can't catch a Litwick. Totally rigged. Well, no, Huxley must be in the meeting, so it must be shiny time, right? Meeting started, but you keep in the stream earphone in. Only corporate updates, non-essential stuff. Uh-oh. Autofan is lagging. Sorry, Autofan. Yeah, I got the Lampent shiny in the Easter event. That was the one I got in the funny moment with the solar stream. Where did that come from? At the moment I heard you say Litwick BCG posted the chat message. I have 3 Mega Stones on each team. Oh, nice. Only one triggers, right? If I'm not mistaken. I think you can only have one. Yeah, okay. We'll see if we can confuse you with my team of very unusual Pokemon. I've already been told it's not a good one. My item management is pretty terrible as well, so none of the items really make sense. I will say that. But we'll see. We'll see. I'll remember to pause this. We're at 3.5 hours on that. Because we've been getting detoured to get extra stuff. I will do more before we finish. That part of me wants to push to the 800. Finish on 800 encounters today. But we'll see how it goes. First time playing a Pokemon game at all. Okay. So when it comes to competitive, there's generally an annoying circulation of Pokemon that most people pivot towards, which is kind of why I get bored of it. They can't get the presentation to share on screens. Couldn't you just say that you can see it and get out of the meeting earlier? They need Huxley to go and fix it and do the presentation in Psyduck form. Right. Did you do any of the upgrade packages on your Champions copy? Or are you 100% free to play on it? Is the question. I have not put a penny into it. It has Mousehold and Damage Broken. I think Mousehold was... I don't think many people used it in the original version of the game. When they do competitive, but that's because it probably gets replaced by Legends. Most people will use a lot of Pokemon that are not actually available at the moment, which is quite strange. There's quite a lot that I feel more people would go for. The main ones that are definitely in this game are Incineroar. I'm free to play, so don't worry. You can get most of them by doing the tutorials. Have you done every single tutorial? However boring they seem. Because that should give you a chance to get most of the best stuff just by doing the basics. A bit of the roll of the dice. Right, I will pause this a second. Right, that can stay there. We'll run away. I'll save just because we caught some. It's probably on autosave, but no, I'm going to just go to here and I'll save here. I've already spent 8 hours on this game. This save file. It took me like 4 hours to do the beginning part of the game. Right, it'll be this one. This is the one with the actual saves on it. I just want to make sure this has loaded up. Okay, that's fine. That's up and... Well, JT asked nicely for a match, so we will have a match. Shall we do the gamble as well? Shall we do our gamble? I don't care. We got so many. Do we get a shiny on stream? I'll put up a room code because it's not actually a Nintendo account to do with people. Anyone want anything from here? I'm probably not going to keep it. Might take that. As you can see, I haven't really been collecting much. Where are we? How much is here? Wow. A lot of stuff. Wait, that's unread. Collect. Yeah, I haven't been collecting coupons or anything. Okay, battle. Private battle. Mega room. I do doubles. Do you do doubles or singles? I'm assuming doubles. Okay. I have only ever tried doubles. I haven't even done a single battle. And X. So the room is 5, 3, 6, 4, 5, 9, 3, 6. Okay. Well, that's annoying. I'm ready. Does that hide my screen? Okay, no. I don't even know if this is a good team anymore, but that's my team. So you should be able to just go into that battle and press ready. But make sure you pick your team, because it might put it on a default. Hello, Ben. It is well. Number 108 on the badges. Not Monkey Doran. Oh. It's because I got to a stage where I just had to go with the boring one. That is good to hear. Did you enjoy the football last night? I think they should start still, right? That's good. That's good. Good to see Ben White playing a bit of volleyball on the beach in Madrid. Okay, let's see how this goes. I'm not going to put mine in until I know you're ready. We got the Typhlosion, Garchomp. We got a nice mixture there. Right, who do we start with? Of course AutoFan picked this one. Of course he did. We'll go back to the other game in a minute and you can look at the vault. I don't have much confidence in this team here, but we'll see. We'll see. Oh, we've got interesting first mix. Game category Sword and Shield. So something like that. It's been so long since I've even done a fight on this. Oh, what's Gardevoir's mega ability? That's the question. What's its mega ability? The game I would like to take if he has it. Oh, what, in Sword or Shield or in this game? Okay. So we know what's coming. I forgot to see. Oh, you didn't actually get to attack, did you? Right. Don't really have much on this. Okay. Is it Stonejourner by any chance? Is it the Stonejourner? I'm not expecting Icy Wind. Hard to give a single favourite. Oh, we're alive! Oh, of course you got a crit. Now we're dead. It's really clever of me to put the rain up when I did a fire move on it. I really like to get a shiny Mega Rayquaza. Oh, there won't be legendaries in the vaults. I'll say that. I will say that. Yeah. Yeah, I do. If I hadn't done the other thing, we would have been better off. which was my own thing. The only one I would take is not legendary. Okay. Yeah, the legendary ones, because I don't have any many spares, they're in a very expensive redeem. But the idea of having the check like we do is a way to not waste it if there's nothing you actually want. Giga Drain. Good. Good little block. A Gen 1 green shiny. Is it Machop? Not the Machop line. Okay. What else is a green one? In Scarlet and Violet. No, in Sword and Shield. It's been a while since we played it. Jolteon? Oh, I definitely don't have much of that. Wait, I swear I know I used U-turn on it, didn't I? There's a Beedrill in the chat. Is it Lickitung? Wrong PCG. Premier Ball. Whimsicott the Great. Nope. Nope. Right, I feel like... where are we? Where are we? Lickitung is gold. I am colorblind. Rotom is out. Kingler, Nidoqueen. I will say most are going to be the easy things to catch. Oh yes. That was very good. Very good. Venusaur is also green. True, true. The reason that hit your Rotom is because Mega Gyarados has Mold Breaker, which ignores Levitate. Basically. Ekans. No worries, Pixel. Hopefully you have a nice, relaxing day. And we'll see you in chats a bit later today. Be sure, yes. Charge a bug. No more rain. But I don't know. I'm not. The thing is, I'm not good with colours, which is why I don't really ever do colour conversations. Yeah. But we may as well just double team because this should one shot Espeon, not Gen 1. Is it Golduck? Has a green nose. But GG. GG. I think you probably would have won if I hadn't megaed. I would say. Because I think you thought that the Levitate would protect the Rotom, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I only learned more how Mold Breaker works much later. And that's the thing, Mold Breaker just ignores Levitate. Good old Karen. But is it the Galarian one you want? That's the question. We got the Onyx. If that helps. Do we have the Galarian one? Not in this save. Not in this save. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's the other reason why I don't get too involved with champions. But it backfired. It was a good plan because you saw that I was setting up for an earthquake. So you bought a levitate, a bit like how I had the flying type, and then you would have had a bit of advantage over both the Pelipper and the Gyarados. So where is it? Well, this one. Is it this one you're after? Oh, you want the basic one. I think I've only ever had one of the basic one. Wait. I've got a Mime Junior if that helps. On this save. But I don't know how you make it a Mr. Mime. It's kind of why I also have the Rotom on mine. You can evolve it in the other games, I believe. Yeah, you can just take it into Arceus, couldn't you? Let's have a look. Oh, this is an OG one. A very OG one. But have you got enough for a Dr. Shiny? That's the question. We have a Sneasel if you want a Sneasel. I don't know how much you get on with Sneasel. But otherwise I'll go back to the other game. Yeah, I got the Litwick myself. Adopt the shiny, okay. Let's put this up then. It's under the name Dash because that's what I used to use on my Arceus save, my very first one. So it's my original save file. Link trade. I use the dates when I do the trades. So it is the 30th. 04 2026. And we'll wait for you to join. But yes, today is the last day of the wrestler nicknames as well. Which is going to be kind of fun. Which means next month it is going to be video game characters, preferably not Pokemon ones. So that'll be an interesting one, to say the least. But if we're doing this challenge, we're going to get a lot less shinies as well. So there is that as a bit of a key to it all. When we think about it, like, we're not going to get as many, are we? Let's be honest. So, searching. I know we had this hiccup the other day where I put the code in and, okay, it did work. The other day it was being a bit weird. Just to confirm that is definitely you before I do it. I don't want to say the name in case you want to keep it a bit more. Okay. I know it's difficult when people use all their names, and then I will remember for next time, and I won't have to say. But we get a special Mr. Solar Cipher, do we? You've been collecting the shiny ciphers, are we? Or is it that a normal cipher? I can't tell. I will mix them around a bit. See, the one I'm struggling most for is the Kalos ones. Stats. Apart from its special attack. Rest a perfect IVs. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Enjoy your Mr. Mime. Oh, it's in a... Oh, you got yours in the special book. I think mine might be in one of the Gigaton ones. Wait. I will jump back out. I'll move that so we don't think it's the free trade one. Because we don't want people to go, that's the trade one. Put that at the bottom there, so I remember to fill it in later. But no worries, that's the point. We want to let everyone adopt the older shinies. Right, let's go and get another couple of 50 encounters, because Huxley said 750, right? That was Huxley's guess, so... This is the only one of the Professor Oak ones I've actually put a shiny collection in. Because when I set them up, I had to bounce save files between the systems as well. Which was weird to do, to say the least. But that was the little thing I had to do on the side. Bounce them between everything. But we'll see. But as we said, this is 1 in 4,000 some other numbers. So the fact that we've hit a quarter, not even quarter of odds, and haven't got a shiny, it's not like it's a bad thing. Which is kind of why we're doing this. I really need to get into the longer hunt shinies. Because if we don't, we're going to fall into let's just do the easy ones, and then like if Wind and Waves has a really easy mechanic, we'll get a bit bored. But if it has a fun mechanic, we could do a Living Dex in Wind and Waves when it comes out. In 20 years' time, when it comes out, right? Did we just hit the Adlands, or if we just finished the Adlands? We've just hit them, okay. We'll pause again then. We'll pause again before we do the next one. I should put them in all of them. I should probably do the Shield one, because I'm majority going to play them on the Switch too, but I usually just keep Shield in the Switch one for DAs. I just can't be bothered to swap them around. But we'll see. We'll see. What was the poll answer then? Shall we see how the poll is doing? We have 6 people and they all say yes. Lovely. They all say yes. Okay. That's a good start. Right? A good start. So that is the plan. I don't even know if half the people that have said yes have shiny decks. I will have to check with a few of them before we start adding everyone. I'm assuming that Huxley's going to be in as well. Maybe we'll drag Bria back into it. You voted yes? Okay. See, the little bit that if you are wanting to start some of the adventures on Saturday. So caught the Reggies without shiny hunting them. So you kind of need a free 2 saves, actually. Do you own both Sword and Shield, or just one? as well. Only sword. Okay. So technically you would need a third save to get both Reggie shiny. But if you want to start it on Saturday, if I put the event up, my tip to you would be to pick a starter. It doesn't really matter. It will, if you prefer an Alolan starter, you should get the same type as what you pick. I even that out by only having zero. That's perfect. That's perfect. But then for both of you, if you are game to start, what I would say to do between now and Saturday, start the game, get your starter, go to the DAs, go to the Watt Farmer, get a couple of Pokemon out the DAs. You don't have to beat the legend. You could throw the fight against the legend if you want. Get the bike. No, not get the bike, get Fly. The reason I say go to the Watt Farmer is so you can stock up on Pokeballs. Pretty much. There is a Swirlix in the PCG, if you're interested. And then a bit like what I've got here, if you were to look in the bag here, all I actually have is luxury balls. Because you don't want to realistically do this with just the 20 or 30 Pokeballs. I've only fought trainers. Done no wild encounters except for the 3 you have to do in Slumber and Weld. So I think you can beat Hop by beating all the trainers without any problems. But yeah, it's more that when you're battling something, if something decides to be stubborn, you've got a lot of HP on your side. That's why I'd get at least 2, maybe 3. If there is something you're really looking to get, that is fire, electric, grass type, water type, aim for something with an ability that can help in the DAs. But if you do get very lucky and get a shiny in the DAs, good for you. It won't count, but it's still a Chi-Chi. But if you just remember, if you try and bring something in from the other game, it probably won't listen to you either. So try to be a bit cautious with what you are using. You can take something from this game, put it in anything but ZA, and level it up to 100 if you want. If you were planning to make a new channel for this, it may be worth writing. Yeah, I will. I'm going to make a couple of... I'm going to first of all make a roll that everybody who has said yes will get, and I'll make a roll a bit like what I did for like the wrestling channel. I think I've actually wrote it down, but I know I can ask the Discord yes. And again tomorrow you can ask if you go to do it tonight. There's no point having more than 6 Pokemon. The reason I like to leave a space in the team is that if you get the shiny, it's instantly in your team so you can look at it. But again, as it's going to be more of a groupy thing, how do you feel about the encounter rule? Do you think we should try to encourage no encounters, or should we ask to see how many you've battled? If that makes sense, when submitting the shiny. If you get what I mean. So just as an example, on the Pokedex, you will come into here. So Rookity is an example. I've battled 2. Like, the only reason I've battled 2 is Hop has 1, and it's one of the tutorial battles. So that's the only reason. But I don't want to be too strict, that's the thing. I don't fully get whether the Brilliant Aura thing works. So it is a bit of a strange one. If you don't have the family pass on your NSO, just remember you won't be able to go online for anything. So but you still should have the passes. If you don't want to do everything and then go, why can't I get to the DA area? First thing you do when you start is go into your bag. You should be a strict, if you want it to be pure. True. So first thing you do, go to bag, go to key items. You should see these two passes in your bedroom at the start of it. If you do not see these passes, something might have gone wrong and you won't be able to do the DAs. This should be here before you even leave to talk to Hop for the first time. Or, yeah, before you leave your house. Okay? So double check they're there. If they're not, then you won't be able to do the DA boosts, which will make it a little bit tougher. I think if I try to explain it in a calm manner, people will understand and not see it as too strict, right? I might just make a category, because I've got a channel for it, but I might just make it a category. It's easier to assign roles, so only the people intrigued with it can look at it. Yeah, I will probably get a couple. Well, I don't expect too many entered in, if I'm honest. Like, I don't expect it to be like 5 or 6. Well, 5 or 6 might be like being generous. I guess like the other little thing, well, it's more of the proverbial gentleman's agreement, shall we say, is maybe try not just to go for the whole line unless it's something you desperately want. But like, if everybody is hunting on Route 1 like this, we're bound to get a couple of crossovers, aren't we? I think the big strict one will be not changing the dates on your Switch. I know that sounds like a really harsh one, but you can change the date to get the right weather. And I don't think we should consider touching that until we're down to only needing a set Pokemon that will only appear in one weather. Then we'll be a bit more, okay, we've got to get this. Feel free to change your date. But at the moment, if we start Saturday, there's no point someone changing it to get one thing in that weather. If that makes sense. It just, yes, it's going to be fantastic that you want to go and get something difficult, but the biggest challenge for me is to make sure I get everything in the collection. Never been a fan of changing the date. Yeah, I don't want to. It can. I think I saw someone not be able to play Champions because of it. Is it one of each Evo line, or does it catch a Caterpie mean? No, you've got to get a Caterpie, a Metapod, and Butterfree. You can catch 3 Caterpies and evolve them, but that's where it's slightly not quite a Professor Oak's challenge. Like, Professor Oak is actually just get one and evolve them all. That's why we're going to throw the word living into it. Because I think you can actually look at, well, I guess like the best example is if you were to look at the event that Zake has, you can see that it shows a limit to what Pokemon are available, if that makes sense. And I need to set it up like that. I'm not going to do a scoreboard or anything. And a bit like Sam's event, he's got the scoreboard set up. Not scoreboard, he's got the only things that can be. He's got a scoreboard as well, but he's got the only things that can be shelfer set up. So it makes it a bit easier to see what is needed and not needed. There's no point me doing the whole Pokedex. I just have to do them in segments, but it does mean I need to actually sit down and go through it, which I hadn't actually planned on doing for a long time. But some of it's a bit easier than other bits. So that shouldn't be too bad. Surely you only need to add one route for now. I could do it one by one, but I might just do this route. It's not going to be as much as you think. It's just that there's not an easy way unless I literally write down all the Pokedex numbers because of how the filters work. I think the event filter is alphabetical, so I might be able to get away with making a list on like Excel or something and then put it in alphabetical order and then go through them there. I need to double check which way round it is. That's the one thing I've got to just be a bit more careful of checking. But yeah, I will sort it out, as I say. We'll make a roll. We'll just probably call it POC. POV. As you said, the Professor Voices Challenge. We will only be streaming it on Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. We will be focusing on other games. I still need to do at least a day of Radar a week, and I may skip Radar next week just to get this rolling a bit more, but I'm not sure if I pivot my Mortal Kombat till the week after. And then maybe go and see something at the cinema Wednesday and stream Friday instead. Because then if we call it the Professor Voices Challenge, which means I have to go and make a new logo. We can get away with not playing by the Professor Oak's rules, right? That's the thing. Well, we're not going to go quite like that. More like Larry's body on Serge's body, right? I probably will focus quite heavily on Route 1. I will say that much. But we'll do 5 more encounters, and then we'll go and see who is around before I have to do all the homework. I'm not going to touch the alerts that I've changed. We'll see tomorrow what they say. Because if they're fine, I'll sort them out for the next day. I just need to make sure they reset when I press end stream. That's the key one. But thank you for the shiny luck. Hopefully this will happen and we'll get this shiny soon. But I don't think it'll happen today. I really don't. I think the time worked out quite well that we've done about 4 hours of actual shiny hunting as well, according to this timer. Which is about 191 an hour. Because they put this new like splits on the Shiny Dex tracker. So you can actually see how well you're doing. So that's pretty nice. So not quite as well. Did I pause it during the ad? I must have, right? Probably didn't. During the break. I didn't pause it during the ads as well. So that is 750. 750. We will press pause on that. I can close that now. Because I don't need that again. Let's just get out of the grass. So in a grand total of 8 hours 42 on here. We got a grand total of 0 shinies. So that was good. But thank you for all the interest in the idea of the Professor Voices challenge. I look forward to drawing up a few bits and pieces for it. So that will be in the Discord. As I said, I'll make a role that I can just sort of tag everybody in, so it doesn't just ping everyone, because it's not fair if everyone gets all the pings. When it's sort of like, can you just confirm your Shiny Dex account name? I know a few of you, so I will probably put the ones I do know in there. That's not a problem. When it comes to a few of the other bits, I may do a thing where I just ask for this picture, which I might just take mine now. So you can see the date it was printed. I know mine is very early, so we can see that it is a fresh save and all of that, which is easy enough to work with. And well, actually, let's do this, because I need to take these pictures while I've got this open. I will do it on a shiny, but it's not one for the challenge. We'll just confuse everyone. So the idea is you would want this, this, and no. And I can take a picture of the Pokedex, like we mentioned. There is a Sandile in the chat, if you would like a Sandile. I will use Choodle as the example, because I have battled one. Yeah, because this is the mission, you have to battle one. So they're the 4 pictures that I think we would ask for, because I think you can put 4 on Shiny Dex, can't you? So yeah, should we make sure we get this catch? We'll get this ready. We will prepare. All sounds, I think that number battle is a definite idea. Yes. I will also say that you can do clips if you do the encounter and want to send the film in. Because you can hold the button that does the pictures, and it rewinds like 30 seconds, doesn't it? Or something like that. I've done it for a few of our Pokopia adventures. I will also make sure we go and sort Briggy's house out. I wrote that down so I remember. Add Wooloo, or 2 times to the Wooloo, and let's see where we're going. We already know where we're going today, right? We already know. Just hopefully mine's being a bit more friendly today. Right. We will go here. Yesterday it was really laggy. But thank you to everyone. Bree for the bits, Hoaxy for the bits, the badges. It is nice to know that a lot of people are interested in getting involved in our little challenge. I look forward to seeing it unfold. We are back tomorrow with the eggs. Yes, the eggs. They return tomorrow. So we will be heading over to see the Shiny Huntress, who we know is on 5 out of 6 on the partner push, and this is either today or tomorrow, might be the last day for it. So if you can stay, support, see if you can get a gacha. Maybe we can get that Entei. As we say, we'll be back tomorrow. I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Check the Discord for more updates on the Shiny Professor Voices challenge, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. We can do it in the BRB.